Well, hello again, everyone. We're back with some more modded Minecraft goodness today. Hopefully, you guys are doing well. I am still in that weird little sleep funk state, so my apologies. My voice is a bit on the rough side. It is still trying to catch up. Needless to say, things did not exactly go as planned with last night's Vanguard episode. So for those of you who will be watching the stream live, this will eventually be going up on YouTube, by the way, which is why I'm saying this. But for those of you watching the stream live today, hopefully we'll be following it up with the Vanguard episode tonight. And while we wait for our world to load on up, which it is thinking about it currently. It was saying joining world just a moment ago. Now it's like, I don't know. No one will ever accuse this mod of not taking its sweet time to load up the world, but that's probably for the best. I've been spending a little bit of time off camera working on doing some things in the world, some preparatory stuff, basically just building out the platform a little bit more so it is a bit more amenable to being able to do some things tonight or today, whatever time it is. What time is it? This morning, tonight, who knows? Worldwide. Whatever time appropriate location you are in. Come on. There you go. So, yeah. There have been some minor improvements to the platform, primarily don't look like the right world. Yeah, that's not the right world. That doesn't look right at all. I think that was the one I was originally trying to do for a YouTube playthrough on its own. Too many worlds. By which I mean 3. Yeah, that was YouTube world. No, we want Twitch world. Bear with me while we get this straightened away. So needless to say, I was checking some of the comments over on YouTube, because I actually took the stream and posted it over on YouTube for everyone to watch, and someone had commented, I hope you get back to doing some more Space Engineers, and yeah, I actually do want to. I don't know how I'm going to quite do it. I don't know if it's really going to be a return per se of relaxing survival. I wouldn't expect Season 2 to necessarily pick back up. Some of the ideas I had for the plot on that were kind of falling through cracks, and I don't think it would quite work that well, not to mention it's been so long since that world has been loaded up that I'm not exactly sure it's going to work. And then also, the other problem being, I actually did load it up the other day and tried to test launch the ship that I've got underground, and yeah, the scaffolding around it is a bit of a problem, even with the updated collision mechanics. Not to mention the whole thing was already clanging out like crazy when I was even getting into the thing, so I don't think that one's going to be quite as recoverable as I'd hoped. At any rate, though, once this eventually catches up... Hey, there we go. We're in a cobble box, which is not where I left you guys last time. Where we left off... Ooh, actually... This is a new addition underneath the spawning platform that I've set up here in advance. Just kind of brought down some of my stuff down here, just so I have a safe place to work at night, rather than constantly having to sleep every 10 minutes. The farm platform has been set up, and I've just got some wheat growing up here now. We have our bulk storage set up. Everything's been quasi-migrated over, as much as I really kind of dare to push it so far, along with all of the infinite supply gathering that I can run. Our little setup here is working pretty well. It's actually chewing away on some leftover gravel. I went in and turned off the first stage hammer here, primarily because I had a boatload of gravel just sitting in chests, and I needed to get rid of it. I'm not like using it for concrete or anything. so no point in keeping it. The tree farm has been spread out a little bit, so it's a bit more enjoyable up here. Our bedrock is still here. Put down the spruce saplings, and I've been slowly working around with the grass here to expand out the platform. Turns out we've got a dark forest biome over here. Not really handy, but it's giving me that nice dark looking grass that I kind of like. I like to kind of see if I can keep that. As a reminder, everything we've got over here is pretty much set up along chunk lines. So we'll be able to go in and actually claim these 3 chunks. So those are my chunks, and I'll be able to, come on, force load them. Now I'm doing that so that way if I happen to, say, pop into nether or anything, actually the lava farm also needs to be added as well. If I pop into the nether or, well, any other dimension, everything here will still keep going. The spawn chunk would anyways. This is just kind of forcing it to actually be active, so we know at this point everything will keep running. So as far as automatic resource gathering, it's not like I'm going to go into the nether and then come out and not have anything actually getting done out here. Also set up some sand over here so that when I get cactus or sugarcane seeds, I'll be able to get that going. Eventually. We'll see. Other than that, hey, my inventory is nice and clean. Things are doing well. I got just enough Inferium off camera to make the Supremium gemstone, which is great because I just need, 1 million of those to actually be able to make... Where's what I was getting it for? The Master Infusion Crystal. This guy. So we still have a boatload more Supremium to build up in order to get the Master Infusion Crystal. But for the time being, we've got enough to survive. Also, the great thing about having the water farm is I can make concrete so much easier with this recipe. There's some white concrete. I don't have to wet it down with water or put buckets in the crafting grid endlessly. So I was working off camera. Oh, not working on camera. Not working on camera in that world either. I have my other world, and it's the one where I was experimenting with this farm setup, and it's at a point. It works, but it's not exactly space efficient. Pretty much, if I want to do this sort of setup and dedicate one crop plot to each different kind of essence, I didn't really do the math on it. And it works out that you need 3 full chunks and then a little overflow to actually be able to farm every possible essence. It's not any of the other crops, just the essence. So, not to mention a third plot just to grow the Inferium for all of it, because we're going to need a boatload of the Supremium essence in order to make some of the farmland for it. Because that farmland is going to assist, well, it's the soil level needed to grow quite a few of the essence crops, and it does help them grow a little quicker, so. What I might do is switch over to an approach like this, and I just have to be careful to just have literally just row and row and row. I have to be careful because anything I put down for a harvester here, which is going to be lit from above with the redstone torch, I can't have anything here, 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 or, well, not that it matters, but here, because the redstone will travel through those blocks and turn it off. This is a problem I had very early on when I was trying to work on this sort of farm and trying to figure out how to fit this row in. Because you can't just turn it sideways. The other challenge I've got is also, eventually we're going to have an A2 system controlling this, or at least picking up the level emitters to be able to control the harvesters. And wiring those up turns out to be a pretty big challenge. I'm not going to take time out and load up the other world, but suffice to say the ME system is going to be pretty complex in that area. At any rate, you're still running through your supplies there. We're in good shape here. The power system itself, we've got 3 dynamos now running underneath. That's more than enough power to keep all of this running, even with that turned on. And we can make some augment upgrades that will help these guys along quite a bit. There's plenty of lava being generated over here. We're not in danger of running short. Our little farm down there is doing well. I just need to hook that also into the storage system, so I can hopefully start storing some of the stuff here. We also need some compacting drawers, just because we are going to delve into the refined storage mod pretty quickly as well. And it's not as powerful as AE2. I can't do anything really with level emitters, unfortunately. So I can't use it to control the crop farm, but it's a easy enough setup to get into once I've got some silicon. Well, yeah, chicken and the egg. I need silicon essence to really do it well, or basically a lot of quartz. Well, the quartz itself, we got a little bit of it, not a lot. We need to get into soul sand. In order to get into soul sand, we're going to need the witch water, which we need the ancient spores to get, which means that basically we're going to be doing a lot of waiting around for this to give me dirt and to build up a supply of dirt off this guy. I need 8 of those to make 24 dirt, so that is going to come in pretty handy, but I don't want to leave you guys completely in the dark. I also need to figure out, can we get to the... Nah, because that's our infinite basalt generator. The underside of it. Try to figure out if I can get this to go over there, but I don't think I even have any pipes for it. The nice thing about getting into refined storage is it'll give me also my first access for wireless inventory management. You can see we're also chewing through a good amount of resources here, and in fact, we're pretty well set for a lot of our metals, so that's the good news. That's about the only good news, I think. Yeah, because we're pretty... Oh no, we got plenty of netherite. I could start making some actual armor and tools that will last a bit longer. Concrete. Where do we want to put our concrete? The other thing I also need to be keeping an eye on is, as far as resources go, this is the other reason why I'm not going to be going for using a lot of quartz right off the bat. I do need to start building up mason plates. And these are a mess of, solid blocks of iron, gravel, cobblestone. It's a pretty expensive recipe of early level stuff, and it also needs 2 nether quartz per block. Then it also needs to be fed with power, and early game I can get away with running one that will cover most of this farm. I mean, I can move the infusion altar here out of the way, probably set it up right here, and I would get the entire farm. But then I also need to pick up a collector. The item collector is even worse. Can you tell I'm going to need a really good solid iron supply right now, and I don't quite feel like I have it. And we also need crystallized amber, which you can't actually, for some reason, look up. Because, why would it do that? That comes out of another recipe, and I'm trying to remember which one. If I remember right, it means I'm going to have to get into honey production. Because I'm pretty sure that is going to be coming out of honey bottles. Not the wax. Interesting. How did that break in the versions then? This definitely had a recipe before, and now it doesn't. I remember I'm having to go back and think about what I had to do to get into refined storage earlier, and the collectors as well. The reason I'm looking at collectors is over other things is, well, hoppers are obviously resource intensive. Pneumatic craft hopper, we can't make that until we go into pneumatic craft. Wooden hoppers can't really be used in anything. Oh, and why I'm not using hopper botany pots, I either would need a lot of resources to make a pneumatic craft printed circuit board, or I would have to delve pretty heavily into Botania and get Terra Steel nuggets and the Hopper Hawk. It's especially because at that point, since I need a Rune of Air, that means I've got to have the full-on Runic Altar. I don't have a Source of Feathers yet. I don't have Mana Powder just yet. Mana Steel will be able to do. Lime Carpet, well, wool is not a problem, but green. Okay, no, I'll take any carpet. That's good. It's a lot of delving into that mod to get that done. And the alternative is the Absorption Hopper, which is a little less painful, but we're fixed to a 7x7x7 area, which then makes planning this out even more difficult. We should be fine. It's just the first night that we've run since starting. Okay. 20 million directions and getting pulled every which manner. Viva la pedestal. The other thing I also need to get going is a enchanting need to get an enchanter up and running, since that will let me extend the range of this and not have to put a million of these things out and around. But for now, it's at least accelerating this stuff just fine. Let's see, Inferium, do I thought I had a spot for those. Okay, hold up there. You are going hog wild, and I need to put a little bit of a stop on you for the time being. Cut it off. Oh, wow. I did find out, actually, another thing I found out off camera is why I couldn't do the Shift K stuff. And there's a surprisingly simple and annoying reason why that's the case. Apparently, it doesn't work for external inventories. It only is going to work for internal. So as soon as I get that and that out of the way, don't worry about the shards or any of these things. They're simple 9x9s to make. What I can do is... Oh, you're not going to do it on camera now, are you? You're not going to do it because I've got full inventory, that's why. Vibranium can sit off to the side. Shift K does indeed work. Let's try... Just hold down Control K, which is actually annoying, even worse. There we go. Shift K and just run the mouse across everything there. And you can see that's automatically making everything be crafted into stuff we can turn to resources. That's why I haven't really automated anything. I am also going to be able to get... Also turn that off. Why is that even bound? Hang on a tick. This is another thing you're going to be doing a lot in this mod pack, is having to find out what's been mapped to what. No. Rotation lock off. I want the compressed stock to be my K key. So that way, hopefully, it will actually work. You can compress pretty much everything that you get in bulk out of your system here can compress. No, you're still not doing it. What on? Now I've just lost the ability entirely. Oh, right. Flint can't because that's got to be done in a crafting bench. All these will have to be done in a crafting bench. They're 9x9s. Derp. There's about 1 million people out there now screaming at their screens. Oh my god. Why doesn't he know what's going on? We're going to have to worry about inventory management like this for a little while longer. At least until we get a bunch of compacting drawers up. Then it'll do it automatically for us. Sam on Twitch. What is going on is I am playing some modded Minecraft. All the mods 6 to the sky. And, well, Skyblock challenge, as you can tell from the lack of, well, anything else in the world at the moment. This is it. This is all of existence right here on this little platform. And we are teching ourselves up through, well, 1 million different directions early game. There's a lot that we can do and not a lot of room to do things and not a lot of materials in some ways, but plenty of materials in other ways. Like all of this junk that I'm carrying here. Put all this aside. We don't really need any of it right now, but it doesn't hurt to actually have it getting stored up. I can also turn on our resource processing. But to summarize, let's see. Coal, we want those. Stay out for now. What we have going on is an Ex Nihilo system. Well, there's a couple things going on. What we've got right here is a tier 2 cobble gen that's feeding some Ex Nihilo fired crucibles. These are being used to generate lava, which is going into a early game power network with magmatic dynamos. That's pretty standard for a Skyblock setup. You can see we're only really using 1 and most of 2 to power all this stuff consistently. The third generator pretty much will take care of this guy here when we turn him back on. That same system is also being used to deliver cobble over to an Ex Nihilo compression system. Well, a hammer system. We're not into compression just yet. For that, we need steel, which is a ways away. That then is going in to feed a auto sieve over here. That is then delivering its goods to here. This is how we're getting all of our crushed material. And every now and then we basically have to poke our heads in because that will give us enough pieces to be able to piece together ore chunks. And ore chunks can then be sent into a thermal series pulverizer. That doubles up the ore and gives us other side products that we have to worry about, including all the gravel, which is why that has been consistently, for now, getting recycled back into the system. That pipes into a redstone furnace and is made into sweet, sweet, juicy, well, not a lot of it, but a steady background supply of it, which is getting of metal ingots, which are getting piped into our storage system over here. And I did all of these off camera just so I have a little bit of stone and glass to get through some of the things. We've also got a fair amount of clay available. And, well, this is kind of what we're doing, is just letting this accumulate in the background. And now I've completely lost my train of thought as to where I was going. Oh, right. I have this patch of land over here and a spruce tree because I was aiming to get a fair amount of logs, but the problem is trying to take this out with Ultimine right now. I wouldn't get the entire tree. That's a little bit of a problem if you haven't quite figured that out, unfortunately. So we're trying to just let that be for the time being. I can work around that once I build some ladders up and just go up the tree a fair bit. But first, let's finish cleaning out the inventory here. Coal can go away. Flint can go away. Diamonds and emeralds. And lapis. Fair bit of that. The other thing we can also do is check out the quest book. We do have over here in tech, since I do have pedestals now, and that does give me like, hey, yay, a block of coal. That would be a bit more useful if I was using the pedestals to do furnace work, which you can do. There's a whole bunch of things you can do with the pedestals as far as pretty early tier work, including even the auto crafting that I've been working on. There is, a 3x3 and a 2x2 upgrade. I've tried using it, and I think the biggest obstacle I've had to using pedestals really is the linking tool. And wherever the heck I put the thing. Is it not in... I didn't lose my linking tool, did I? Ah, no, it's still up here, probably. Yeah. This guy here. You can link these together. So I could say, take this pedestal here and set up a pedestal that has the furnace upgrade on it and link it so that I'd also have to link up a relay too as well, if I remember right. That I could have it go from a pedestal to the relay into the furnace and get smelted up. But you've got to feed the furnace constantly to keep it going, obviously. And you've also got to be able to take the stuff out of it. And you quickly get into needing a lot of resources for this, whereas the oldie pipes work pretty much just as well. Yeah, they require a bit more iron than what I need for pedestals, but, well, we've got 210, 212 iron ingots sitting around. Not a problem. We can work with that pretty easily. There's some mods that you just get into that are just like, well, we don't really need to have that. It's a nice to have if I want to take it slower, but we can skip it. Just like we skipped doing our traditional cobble gen system and just went straight for tier 2 instead of what they wanted you to go in on Skyblock's tips, or not Skyblock's, the Ex Nihilo, and they wanted you to go with the tier 1 cobble gen. The heck with that. Not only that, but really 5 times cobblestone block. I suppose if you're going into pedestals, that would make sense as a reward. But to put it that way, that's 9 times 9 times 9 times 9 times 9 cobblestone. Just 1. And you're getting 4 of them out of it. Yeah. There's nowhere near enough room to store it. And the compacting drawers are kind of a little wonky with the compressed cobble, too. You've got to be very particular when you get to them. Actually, hang on. Maybe that's what I should be thinking about here. Do compressed drawer storage. Or I can just take a look at the quest book and just see where we're heading. That's the quest I was getting because I really don't need a million heads. Thank you very much, game. As far as technology goes, we could do pneumatic craft. I have alternate ways to get steel and whatnot. We're pretty much just down to sieving dirt, really, because we're going to need the slime blocks. The magnetic dynamo, I'm not exactly sure why that didn't get picked up. Probably because, oh, I know why. Because I haven't gotten that yet. Which is annoying as all heck. Don't think I have a spare, do I? I thought I might have made a spare dynamo, knowing I would eventually need it, but probably not. No. Alright, easy enough. We're not going to get anything off of that anyways. There's no rewards. It's just ticking a box. There's also... getting into immersive engineering. I'll admit I haven't really played around with that mod that much. The last time I really did anything religiously with it was way back in the early days of the mod being around. And it was more because they had the cosmetic effect of having the power lines. You could run lines through your base with a drooping cable and everything. That looked pretty cool. I don't know if I'm really up to doing big multi-blocks, but maybe we'll get into that a little bit on this one. Off to the side. Not getting into compressed because we're going to need steel for that. There's a millstone, the mechanical squeezer. That one would prove handy. Because if I remember right, that does factor into some things. Anything we've got for ore is not really a big deal, but it is, for starters, pretty significant die doubler, as you can see there. Could switch over. It's ore doubling and a 50% chance of even ore tripling. It's actually tempting. Something else we needed out of it. Not getting snow just yet. We can make crushed end stone. Break sandstone back down to sand. Oh, not all of the, hang on. Tulip only doubles. Okay, no, it does double. Quadruples up, really. Need to turn blaze powder into lava. That's not going to be very handy. I can make all the lava I need elsewhere. Make crystallized chorus chunks. Might be interesting. I don't know what we can do with those. Logic director for integrated dynamics or new block type and importer, exporter. So this kind of block placer, block destroyer, I'm guessing. Not really played much with the integrated dynamics. You could kind of get into it. This is like the really early game. Well, not really early game because you do need crystallized mineral chunks for this stuff. Which means we would have to have an enriched mineral lug, the sawmill, or the mechanical squeezer to generate these. Integrated dynamics, I've used it as pretty much, well, it's the first mass storage system I tried to get into inside of this mod pack. It's not that great. I mean, it does what you want it to, but I think you're better off going for the refined storage setup first. Anyways, primarily what I've been doing is stalling, trying to give time for that to grow. And I should have been harvesting this far more frequently. We'll get there eventually. Dirt. You have the sifter downstairs. Yep. And just that. Not that I really want a ton of pebbles. I'm waiting for... Well, there's sugarcane seeds. That's good. Dark oak, acacia, birch. Carrot seeds from integrated... That's from sequentia. Okay. More carrots. You can just live in there and never see the light of day ever again as far as I'm concerned. Oh, cactus. We got everything, so... toss that aside. Got the farms planted for that. This is perfect. We can start cactus, which should be limitless on height. Put you there, and then the sugarcane can live over here. So that's actually got to be down in the water. Alright, so I just flooded the basement. It's not the end of the world. Just a little damp. It's still good. This is why it's all half slab down here, so nothing can spawn there, but also B, torches won't get swept away by water if it does flood. You can go there. That's going to get me paper up and going. And just to get these out of the way. Just a little quicker to store it like that. And carrots. I think I've got, what, 2 plots running? 1 plot. Yeah, fine. Have a carrot. And some more dirt. It's the upside of using the... A lot of people are like, oh, I need a pedestal with max range and max speed and everything. I'm actually potentially rethinking it. I know I said earlier I wanted to avoid having a million pedestals, but there's an advantage of doing them in smaller ranges because they actually work quicker. Believe it or not, they do work quicker. All that dirt, but what we need is spores. We need the spores, which we're only going to be getting on a 5% drop chance. There's a lot of other stuff that we're going to be getting. A lot of other junk. I could set up multiple sieves potentially, but that would kind of be a little overkill on resources. That's the reason why I'm stacked up on gravel. Because it's everywhere. Aside for now. My brain is now also sitting here saying, wasn't there something I was using clay for? Welcome to early game modded all the mod 6, because you've got 1,000 different directions you can be getting tugged. However, the one I am thinking of is something that will help us build up some resources passively as well. And that's going to be a mob farm. Which is going to be loads of fun because, as always, you need to do that a little distance away from the spawn chunks and where you're primarily hanging out. Because otherwise, well, yeah, you run into some problems. Mobs not spawning. So, you know that a chunk is 16 blocks across, so realistically, we're 16-ish. That's the exact spawn point itself, but we can just basically go out another chunk, and we know that we'll be good. Also, I did start making stone torches instead of wood torches, just because it is a little less resource intensive on the wood. Have 7, so we know that we're lit, and build our frame. I find that framing out the chunk, while it doesn't exactly look all that great, it does help to know where you have things that will be chunk loaded potentially. Like, for instance, keeping the chunk loaded and having mobs spawning in the area could be a little bit of a problem if I didn't know where they were necessarily going to be spawning potentially. Also going to be out of torches on the spot, but that's okay. Since I can see the moon down there, I know it's not going to be nighttime anytime soon. just enough. And some spare ones will do. So as far as mob farm design goes, I mean, it's modded. Naturally, it's going to be quite a bit different. We're going to have an option to easily funnel the mobs towards a killing point. And even then, as far as a killing point goes, well, we've got more than a few options. In fact, some of these should even be laid out in this section here. We've got iron spikes that we can use to kill them. We've got some witherproof, lightproof glass, which is really nice. So we'll be able to keep the mob farm looking pretty much straight up. There is a mob masher, which we'll absolutely want to be building up towards, because this thing can be upgraded significantly. And the other thing we can also do is we have options between things like fans and conveyor belts to actually force the mobs over to getting killed. We've got the absorption hopper to pick up vacuum, to vacuum up experience points. We can pick up all the loot and everything. We've also got 2 ways to kill the mobs off, and you kind of really want both. One of the resources we're going to need is pink slime. And you can see that we've got no real reasonable ability to pick it up except from the mob slaughter factory. Not a bad build, aside from the fact we need plastic, which that's, again, a little ways off. But that pink slime goes into the dissolution chamber and is what is going to get us advanced machine frames, which we're going to need for the laser drills. And we're also going to need the whole thing with plastic, is we are going to need some latex as part of that as well. Getting over to the laser drills would be a bit nicer, because then we have more control over the resources we're getting, rather than being dependent on whatever the sifting system is giving us for the resource randomly of the moment. Get a bit more options for some of the stuff. This isn't SC? Nope. Not Space Engineers. Vanguard will presumably be later tonight. Still waiting for word on when exactly that will be. Primarily, I'm expecting it potentially in about, well, let's see. Anywhere from 4 to 8 hours. That's why I figured I would go ahead and squeeze this in, since I wanted to do some streaming of that today anyways. Got ourselves enough for another sieve. Give me something other than the seeds I already have. Come on, spores. That looks favorable. Oh, not only just 1, but 2. Sweet. That was a good one. That's exactly what we needed. Spare cactus, jungle seeds. I'm not going to grow that. Crap. I should. Oh, I don't like jungle trees. Not just from the standpoint of the wood type, but also the dealing with the vines, especially on a Skyblock map. But you do have, according to what I've seen, I presume in this version of Quark that's installed, we can actually use flint and steel on the vines to singe their ends and stop them from growing longer, which is kind of a nice thing. So I can just torque it one by one and into existence. Come on. Come on, tree. Don't be bashful. I know you're right next to big, tall. There you go. Downside is we do need to have a 4x4 technically to get the vines, I think. Doesn't look like they're spawning on the ones. Come here. Just one sapling in return. Stingy you are. The upside to getting jungle wood, though, is... I'm looking at it from a latex perspective. It's actually better than normal wood. Because that's jungle logs, and we're getting about 2 millibuckets a tick, whereas if I take normal wood, it's going to be about 1. Actually, not even that. It looks like you're... Yeah, acacia is the best, as we found last time. Dark oak is a little better. Jungle wood is about middle of the road. So I should really getting acacia farm up and going. Ugh. Not a fan of that. Anyway, I need some cobble because we need to build a new extension of the platform, and also some wood torches would be nice. Some stone rods, coal. We're good. The downside of doing the spores is they do expand outward. Need light to do it. And we need to kind of encourage a decent-ish spot for them. So do this off to the side. And of course, the other downside is it's immediately into more demands on dirt. Put one down, that's our mycelium. And I need a barrel next, which I think I've got down... I got 2 of them down here. Perfect. Also need to make myself an axe. This is getting ridiculous. So we got that, and we can fill up. If I remember where my bucket is. The legit one, since they can't fill it with the clay bucket. Otters, fix that. Put that in there, and we're going to see that that's going to start turning into witch water. Witch water, when I stick some sand in it, is going to give me our first soul sand. Or I can stick another item in and get our slimes off that, if I remember right. Slime block coming out of there. Yeah, the mushrooms. Yeah, mushrooms, because I've got tons of those sitting around. That's going to be sifting some farm up. Some using the waterlogged sieve option and picking up some farms out of Pam's Harvest Craft. I don't think I have any. Yeah, nothing there. Nothing really socked away there. So we're gonna have to do that, and also must remember. Soon we shall have something to auto harvest that with. Promise. Strainer broke. All right, let's see. Get ourselves. Should have enough diamonds for it. Some of that and some obsidian. Obsidian mesh, adventurers mesh. Survivalist. Yeah, I remember the name of that perfectly fine. There we go. That'll get that going again. Looking for dirt. We have no more dirt. I need sand. Also, to fresh. That's probably once in a while. Sand. Do I have no sand? Really? Alright, ironically, does mean I kind of need you. Save off enough to do it via the compression method, at least. Kind of why I'm saying that, because that's not going to work very well for the fluid flow that I've got currently. But I'm thinking about it, we can do something about this. One of the biggest problems that we've got is 4, 5, 6. We have a little bit of an issue with a complete and utter lack of water. I mean, we've got it here, but it's a manual pump system so far. And we have a system over here that is going to need a steady stream of it, because all I can do with this is just keep going back and forth, and filling it up. That's not exactly a load of fun, is it? But what we can do, since I know I've got the pipes for it somewhere around here, we can create a system that can feed the witch water, or feed the water supply to it. Put that there. Got one of the items that we're actually going to need for this ready. Albeit it needs to be filled. And terracotta, and the rest is just iron. One cooking for Blockhead Sink, aka your one-stop shop for infinite water. It's not the best of systems. It's still going to be slow because we've got to wait for the water to convert. Though I will say this is much faster than it used to be in previous versions of Ex Nihilo, so huzzah for that, I guess. Want those. And not only that, but it's also polite and doesn't use up your bucket. These. That. One of that. Should have gotten another item cable. I'm already hating where I put those stairs downstairs. Not the best of places to put it. Pull automatically. Pull automatically. Refilled automatically. Emptied automatically. Ooh, ha, ha, ha. It'll take a little bit of a while to get that, but we'll get it. The advantage of now having some means of making soul sand is being able to put that through our sifter, and that is going to, since we're already up to netherite levels, we've got a gas tier chance, which is pretty nice. That'll give us mob imprisonment options. Nether quartz will have a steady supply of that starting to come in finally. Nether wart, not really interested in that too much, but then also soulium dust. This is going to factor into mystical agriculture because that's how we're going to actually get some of the essence that we have in the game of various mobs without actually having to have killed one of those mobs ourselves. Like, for instance, skeletons require, for their essence seeds, a soul jar filled with 10 skeleton kills. 4 of them. 40 skeletons does not exactly interest me all that much. However, there are some options when it comes to making it, in that we can make that jar full through other means. like bones. And yes, while it means I'll need 80 bones to do that soul jar, trust me, with the mob farm we're going to have, that's not going to be a problem. That's all coming down the way. We've got just oodles of soulium that we are going to need to make this. Not only that, but then also the machine frame. That one we can do easily enough, but we've got a lot we need to do before we have that part of mystical agriculture fully up. And, you know, right along line with them is the mob farm. And then also, of course, remembering to balance out, do I put more dirt down to expand this farm out? Because now you can see that we've got a second setup we can do here. Put that in a bad spot. This is not an ideal way of doing this setup, but it will work for now. Actually, you can even see we already got everything we needed there. Now it means I've actually got something to stop me from spearing off the edge of the platform. Trying to get there. And I can't change that. If I had the more advanced upgrades, I could tell this to default mode on these is to go closest inventory first, but I can also set it to the furthest inventory first, and then also round robin mode, so it would alternate these two. Better take advantage of the fact that one's going to be going, the other one's going to be rebuilding the witch water effectively. We got the 9 soul sand that we need. I don't believe this takes compressed. I think the recipe for this is purely uncompressed. Oh. Surprise, surprise. 1 gas tier, 31 quartz, and 2 soulium. Let's start. Quartz is not going to be a problem for this now at this point. Keep a steady supply of that going. Let's talk mob farm, because now that we're getting soulium, and now that I need to be remembering to do 2 things, put that back over and also put that in so I can get sand. Which is actually not going to work well, because I need to import off of that. Otherwise, every time I put something through here, it would just turn it into glass. Oh. The dirt at this point, Iron Moon, I know. This is one of those packs where it's very easy to get tugged in so many different directions, and you kind of have to work in different directions doing things. But what I can say, that's annoying. I had another obsidian mesh ready to go for the fish strainer. Let's see. Let me stop and regather. Let's see. The goal for what we're trying to do is get the mob farm, our first mob farm, up and running. There's a couple reasons for that. First, it's actually going to give us a food supply and means of automatically refeeding ourselves, because one of the things we can get out of the mob farm is going to be liquid meat. And there's a meat feeder that we can put on our head eventually when we get plastic that will automatically walk up to the supply of liquid meat, suck it up, and then stick it in your head slot on your baubles inventory, and it'll automatically keep you fed. And you'll basically have consistently half saturation all the time. Very handy, especially when you start taking damage. It's one reason for the mob farm. The other reason for the mob farm is we are going to be needing essence out of it. In conjunction with the soulium that we're getting out of this, we're going to need items out of the mob farm to build our mob essences. And the reason I'm kind of trying to keep that as a project going is essences are pretty darn powerful. Like, for instance, if I get the skeleton essence seeds, there's a lot of different things aside from music discs, but free arrows, effectively, and bones. There's the skeleton skull. Once we manage to make a blank skull, it's probably a bad example. Let me find the gunpowder essence wherever you're hiding. I take the Enderman essence. Once we manage to get Blaze Essence, we can make ourselves Eyes of Ender. We can make our own Ender Pearls and everything. We're not dependent on the drop rates of the mob farm. And the farming of this can be automated to a pretty high extent. The other reason for wanting to get this farm up and going is, for instance, that's 8 dirt essence into 24 dirt. Which is pretty powerful considering that that's more than this method of generating dirt has turned out all evening so far. So I gotta remember getting sand out of that as well. Derp. So that's kind of... That's kind of something I'm keeping in mind because essence, this whole system becomes a way of, not a very fast way, mind you, of making things, but stuff like we're going to get some things that we can't make through other means. Aside from the creeper essence, even more music discs. There's a ready supply of gunpowder that we can rely on. As far as chicken essence goes, we can actually turn that into raw meat if I wanted to. Same with the pig essence. That's pretty basic stuff. We can make milk buckets out of leather essence. We can, with ice, actually make decent supplies of ice. You can combine things like ice and nether for basalt. Not that I really need it because I've got an infinite supply already. The nature essence is actually pretty useful because you can make vines, podzol, mushrooms that we could potentially use in the our little automatic witch water setup here to make slime blocks. So this kind of stuff is good to get in on. Also, the tree essence is pretty useful because now you can make any kind of tree that you want, or saplings thereof, warp stems. You have to remember, we've got nothing in the nether. The nether is a void. The end is a resourceless void. All we've got is what we can make on our platform here. And that it. There's no nothing else available. So yeah, this is harder than Minecraft, but it's modded Minecraft, so it's kind of the norm. Looking for is... I thought I had a wand, but I guess I don't. Builder's wand would be very handy. I do. Go out and fill that platform in for the mob farm. Well, yeah, eventually. Well, hang on. What is a Menglin biome? What tipped me off there is the fact I can see the sky color changing. It's not a very big slice of it. That's River, Menglin, And none of the biomes are really all that going to be all that big anyways. Like that's Dark Forest Menglin. Hold up. This is one of those. Let me turn to the resources. Biome added by integrated dynamics. It is a hilly forest with blue grass and leaves an abundance of mineral trees, blue orchids, oxeye daisies, and white tulips. Sky also appears cyan while in the biome. Well, we're not going to find any of the resources there because, well, it's Skyblock. Nothing's generating naturally. I wonder if that would potentially lead to any custom mob spawning there. Should we light this up because we don't want it spawning mobs immediately. Double a handful of cobble will finish it. Oh, this is so much better. I'm gonna be able to get soul sand by the truckload. Slime blocks too eventually. That's gonna require all that dirt that I've got on me. I'm gonna have to put the strainer in some water to get the garden saplings. Well, not saplings, but the gardens. Maybe we'll luck out. I just have to remember to make a lot of storage before I start tearing them apart. One platform suitable for mobs. Well, that really is a small biome. River, Dark Forest, River, Menglin. Okay, now it gets bigger out there. All right. It's like I'm walking between 6 different biomes and watching the sky flash around as I'm doing that. Kind of distracting when the sky starts flickering every 5 seconds. Oh, fertilized essence. Fine. Whatever. We already pointed out, well, pretty much one of the big things we're going to go for is going to be this mob capture. It's intensive on the resources, but we've got enough iron to pull it off. It's going to be a lot of swords going into that. Has to take all of it. Let's see. Didn't need to grab a platinum. I don't have a use for you yet. Let's go downstairs for some crafting. So the great thing about the mob masher is you can see I've also got these icons here. These are all upgrades that I can craft for. And it will actually take every single one of them. This entire pack, along with this mob masher in specific, lets you actually stack enchantments. So you can do smite and sharpness together. You want them both? Not a problem. Make an armor, and you want fire protection, blast protection, regular protection, and all the other different competing enchantment types you usually have. Not a problem. This mod pack will let you pull it off, but we want the mob masher first. Which, like I said, is going to be a lot of resources here. Let's start off with the 2 mob spikes. So 3 blocks of iron and the 6, 8 swords, plus the diamonds. Okay with using... No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. Those, and you could worry about the just deal with the iron spikes. They're great for just getting the XP, and if you've only got something like some basic fans that can move mobs around, it's kind of enough to do it. Tricky though. Let's see that and 3 diamonds. The way the death system works in this mod pack is if you fall off, it's effectively not dead. Essentially, if I were to jump off the platform right now, what would happen is I'd go into the void, I'd die, I would have a grave up on top closest to where I jumped off, and can unlock that grave to get all of my stuff back. I don't, if I remember right, it even keeps experience. So it's really not death, which is kind of nice. It means the mob pack it's a bit forgiving. Let's be honest here. It does not horribly punish you that badly for dying, but it does make you incorporeal for a little bit. You're basically a ghost. And that has some advantages and disadvantages being able to get back to your stuff. If anything, the bigger problem with the mod pack is that it does take it is a beefy mod pack, and you are going to be potentially running into, like, right now it's not too bad. I'm running, what's my FPS looking like here? Too bad. 58, 59. I've got Minecraft set to VSync on 60 for streaming. My other world at this point is now 30 FPS tops, and getting worse. Kind of because technically the way I want to set up this farm is a little overkill on resource generation. So we've got our mob masher. We're also going to want a lever for that so we can turn it on and off. And it's redstone controlled. Going to want some lamps. And probably should have spare for this. Really into the redstone supply a little bit, but it's worth it. One of the nice things in this pack is when I get to lighting normally, we do have a way to make a automatically lit redstone lamp. But in this case, I don't want that because I need this to be, it's not a lamp that you can turn off when you do it that way. I almost made it and then remembered at the last second, no, I tried that and it doesn't work that way. Second lever for the light. And let's just get through the night, because otherwise we could potentially do some bad stuff if I go out there. Yeah, with the world, the full-on plain old all the mod 6 non-Skyblock pack, I think it probably is, but at the same time, you're not going to have a lot of stuff like Ex Nihilo in it, so there's probably some advantages to it as well. Just gonna knock out a hole there, and we're gonna need to build ourselves a way down to it, unfortunately. Can't reach. Okay. And put some sissy bars. one lever here, controlling that light. That will be to turn the mob farm on and off. And let's get rid of some of these. The other thing I probably should be thinking about is getting a magnet built. So I'd stop losing some resources to the void. Now I've got the thing here. I want to build this as 9x9. Space it out. I don't know if I'm going to build this out of all the sides out of glass. Probably skimp a little bit and go with just the cobble on the back side. Have some glass in the front so we can see in. And I imagine one of the questions is going to be where I'm going to be placing this thing. How are the mobs going to be getting to... And also how to turn on. Remember, I've got this thing. Center on. As you can see, that is now spinning and rolling away, ready to defeat anything that happens to walk up right next to it. In fact, it will also happily kill you as well. So it's usually a good idea to remember to do that, but not in use, because yeah, otherwise you will probably regret it. We need a way to get the mobs over to that. And that is going to be... Well, you've got multiple ways to do it. If you're higher tech in and you've actually got plastics by now, you could do the conveyor belts out of Industrial 4, or... Yeah, Industrial 4 going. That mod has been through so many name changes now, it's hard to remember what it is. Plastic's not something I'm willing to get into now because it takes for freaking ever. There is a cyclic conveyor belt that you can use as well. In fact, let's even just look in cyclic anyways. Let's see what we've got available to us. Just the conveyor belt. There are also fans. And this one's coming out of the mob grinding utilities pack that actually lets you push mobs around pretty easily, and it's not that hard to build. The downside is you've got an area of effect and you're having to go through all of this, and we don't have feathers to do any of the upgrades, so its effectiveness would be pretty limited, especially early game. Cyclic does have a fan block, and we can make a redstone repeater without any problems. Doesn't really hide in the wall all that great. Same thing, well, at least this fan would block light. This one, if I stuck it in the wall, wouldn't. So it'd tear down some of our nicely built stuff. What I'm looking for is... conveyor. One of the ones that's going to have a weird name to it. It's going to be almost impossible to find it in the overall menu, I'm willing to bet. It's one of those blocks I can visually identify what it looks like, but for the life of me, I can't remember what the name of it is. Or even what mod pack it's for, or mod it's from, because otherwise I'd search by mod type. And then also all the furniture that's in here. I mean, then also heat exchanger evaporator channels from the bigger reactors. You know, it's going to take a while to get to that one. Where are you? Where are you? Oh, dear God. There's a Dice of Fate in Britannia now. It's going to be like a chance block. I don't know if I want to do that. That'll definitely kill me. Kill me, blow up the platform, the whole 9 yards. Remember it being something I could build relatively easy. It works out well because you just hold shift while you're walking on it and it doesn't take you anywhere. It still allows mobs to spawn on top of it. But where is that particular... I think it was in Cyclic, because Cyclic's already got the conveyor belt itself. You are... Vector plates. That's what I'm looking for. These are another alternative way, technically, of doing block transportation and item transportation. And it's kind of neat, but they count as spawnable items, and they very much work pretty well. This is one of the reasons why we need the slime working in our Witchwater area, why we need the sugarcane. So, blank plates, they're relatively easy enough to do. Dye is going to be a problem, I suspect. Other headache. Before I forget, since I'm going to need more dirt to get the farm going. That farm has run its course. Dirt. We've got the spare seeds for that. We haven't gotten any of the black stuff out of here. I could make some magical fertilizer and basically keep gambling on getting Britannia Craft's Dark Flower. They do have one that's black that will let me do the dye for it. The other thing I could do, which is not going to work. No, I did leave it open. There will be squids spawning down there, around Y54 and lower. The problem is getting them, and I'm not really a big fan of going down like you do in a traditional Minecraft and build a platform low enough and let them basically just fall to their doom when they swim out of the stream, because then you just end up with nothing but tons of item lag when you actually stop needing it, and they just keep spawning. And spawning. And spawning, and spawning, and spawning. So let's look at black dye. See what our options are. Black rose, we're not going to have that anytime soon. Wither rose, no. We don't have dye essence yet. That one would be pretty tricky to get to because dye agglomero is... Sign I can do because I've got the cactus growing. Orange, red, and yellow, I'd have to do some more Britannia. Pink, white, and red, and lime green, bone meal, and cactus. I can do most of those. But I think the better thing to probably do is magical fertilizer. Or not magical, floral. Now that I've got a bigger area up here to do this in, the odds of spawning it in are much better. Not great, but much better. Yeah, technically you really should be, when you think about it, you should be allowed to combine all the dye colors, aside from black, into one big thing and make it actual proper black dye. Would make a little bit of sense, wouldn't it? All right, so we're gonna need floral fertilizer. So to put this into perspective, let me do something here real quick. Let's do, there's no rewards off that, no rewards off that. We do need to also get an absorption hopper up and going. That's going to take a bit longer. For that, I'll probably just be breaking part of the, turning off the farm, letting it sit for a while, break part of it, and then just going and collect things manually. Oh, that. Oh. They gave me some more dirt. Thank you, game. Finally. I think it's part of every random reward chance that you get in it. That's the first time it finally gave me dirt. I'm not going to worry about picking up the witch water or that kind of stuff. The neat thing is with the witch water, I can also use that if I altered the mob farm design to change the mob types that would be in there. So witch water can transform creepers into charge creepers, squids into gas. Well, that won't be a problem in the mob farm to start with. Skeletons into wither skeletons. So it is one way to get skulls early on. There are other ways to get wither essence that you can work with. And charged creepers, well, great. The only thing you really get out of is one of everything, which is really not all that useful, but the ender pearl kind of is. The problem is, in order to get this particular quest, you've got to make all 5 of the blazing doll, or all 5 of the doll types. These are things that I could put into the witch water barrels over there and come up with a mob to fight. The problem is that blazing dolls requires a fair bit of resources, including a beehive frame for whatever reason. I don't quite know why that is. The creeping doll requires tons of black dye, and these dolls are all porcelain or bone meal and clay and a nether wart. They're achievable, but you'd have to fight your way through to get them. And to have to do every single one of these for a mere pittance of that stuff, because I'll tell you right now, as far as making anything, the ender pearl is the only thing I could actually use right now. Is one ender pearl. Blaze rod is, we have a way to build that, but it'll take us a little bit to work into it. I'm trying to find something I can put on the screen as a mental note on what I need to make. I don't really have a good way to do it. You can go into those quests and you can pin any one of them to your screen and they would show up over here on the right side. But it's really not a option when there's no real quest for it. Alright. Magical, or, yeah, floral fertilizer. I had already typed in. Any kind of dyes or a living root, which we don't have access to at this point anyways. A little bit of dye there, but not the kind I want to burn. Bone meal. Bone meal might be downstairs. God, it'll be nice to actually have inventory set up properly with a wireless system instead of having to run around and get everything. I forgot just how much that of a difference that makes. I just finished in my offline world, getting the world kicked over to largely entirely AE2. And even then it was a little weird to get off of refined storage. There's 1. 2. And a good amount of dye options for later. Double up and make it a dye. remember the formula correctly, it should be vector. No, sugar and completely backwards. The nice thing about the cactus and sugarcane is they will theoretically grow endlessly, so they don't stop at 3 high. They will keep going. Let's see, 3 sugar, so boom, boom, and now I just need the slime ball and 2 more of those. Which means bone meal is going to be in short supply for dyes unless I start really leaning into the Britannia stuff hard here. Since I don't have to use all bone meal for that. Let's see if we could mix and match dye types. Let's see, that's right, I do have an ender pearl already. Got that from an earlier reward. I figure I can use the blue flower since that's effectively an unlimited dye type that I've got. Courtesy of lapis that we're building up. Does it work? Yes, beautiful. Definitely going to need to start, as soon as I can get the bulk of this up and running, if I can, the next thing I'm going to need to do is get the automatic sifting system refined a little bit more. I need to add more layers into it so I can start crafting some of the dust and other things. I think I didn't do it because I said it was kind of pointless, but I do want to just grab that. Just to make it a backup for the mesh that's down here. Get this into a netherite mesh pretty easily. I love the fact that you can fully tool up in netherite if you want to without having had to set a single foot in the nether. There's something nice about that. We are sitting on being... That's taking its sweet time on iron, which we want to do. Zinc, I don't really need that. Can go into storage. In osmium. Just have to remember to keep the need to remember I actually do have something I can use to get rid of flint. Time being though, turn that off so it will. How am I turning that on? I keep coming over here and think that I've got the inventories linked somehow between the sifter and that, and they aren't. That'll just generate in here. That's fine. Do what it needs to. As long as I don't have to be the one doing it. And after that... make sure that we have some sand ready to go. Yeah, I think we've got a good supply of dyes available now. It'll take a little while to burn through these, hopefully. Tanya, actually useful or something? Hey, Portal Trap. Sorry for the delayed noticing of you there. My apologies. It is safe to say that is easily one of the problems. Being in that zone as a builder and completely forgetting, oh, wait a minute. Even though I'm talking to you guys, somehow I've completely zoned out on the fact that you're still there. Enough of this. Let's just do it. Dump. Taking a little bit of a break from that farm over there since we kind of need slime next, really. I forgot to grab what I was going to grab from down there. Yes, let's see how well sifting goes when I'm actually not doing it in farm. I don't believe the double sifter or the compressed sifter works properly down there. So I'm using the single one. Don't need that. This is kind of what I like about this. It's something in Ex Nihilo that's actually using updates to Minecraft to be able to do something like, oh, hey, here's a waterlogged item that you can now use. This is going to give me unique. There we go. It's going to give me the Pam's Harvest Craft option. Be able to break those and see what we get. This is going to take just a little. Also, Epidemic, really? You've included... Why are you giving me white? I asked it for ambient tracks and it has decided to give me all the non-musical ones, like white noise tracks, which I normally wouldn't mind, but it makes me think it's raining in Minecraft, and it is not. You know what? Heck with it. Let's bump out of that. Go back to Charles. Find me. We'll try some. Switch it up. All the farms that are popping up here. If you think that looks like it's enough to potentially get the mushrooms out of it, no. I think the Pam's Harvest Craft storage drawer setup that I've got in my other world, it's, I believe, 3x5. There's enough in Pam's Harvest Craft that you can effectively fill an entire 9x9 farm plot. So, 9x9 with the water in the middle. You can fill it with, I think, 2 slots left over. And they're all random chances on what we get. Good news is, it's also getting us mineral chunks. If we wanted to, or not mineral chunks, mineral berries. That, it's not really of specific interest to me, but it is used in some of the crafting for integrated dynamics if you want to go that route. Probably not. So they're just good to have as an alternate potential food source. You can't plant them or anything, so... Hey, Professor Bug. Yeah, Portal Trap, that is kind of annoying. I mean, it's... The, The whole Patreon thing basically is just, I get why people do it because they're really looking for an easy way to basically try to keep the various trolls out, but I don't know, if you're opening up your Minecraft world to letting other people come in and you don't have a good mod team behind you to help with that, kind of setting yourself up for failure anyways. Oh, there's my test. There we go. I'm gonna want those. Hold on to that. That's the great thing about the Tinker's Construct tables is they work so great for ad hoc storage too. Oh, soybeans, great. Soybeans, the thing that used to be infinitely useful in Pam's Harvest Craft, now pretty much. Soybeans were a great way to get around needing to have a animal farm. Also gotta Sometimes I progress fast enough with the block placement and destruction that the game thinks I'm punching the dirt. And if I keep punching it, I will actually destroy the block. Don't ask me how it's managing to get this case confused with me, but it is. We got cotton, which is good. That's our first alternative method of making string at a leisurely slow pace. Anything? The funny thing is also, Pam's Harvest Craft doesn't really feel like it has the same impact that it used to back in the day. It used to be that it was a really great way to go because you get some absolutely amazing foods out of it. Foods that actually made it worthwhile to go out and explore the world and find all the stuff you needed for it, but lately, I mean, like, take peanuts. I can pretty much turn everything into cooking oil. I can pretty much turn almost everything into vinegar. It's all weird stuff with these mycelial generators that we don't really want. You can make flour out of just about everything. Where's the peanut butter? Where's the jelly? It's lost a bit of its allure, honestly. Now it's just a bunch of foods that all do the same thing. Unfortunately, not a single mushroom out of that entire batch. So that was a stack of dirt that I just blew through for, unfortunately, no results. Oh well, so be it. Let's drop it there, and we were on that. Still going? No, you're pretty much done. Did get 9 nether wart though, so that's a plus. Tell you what, let's take sand. We don't really have a need for this right away, but there's no harm in getting it set up. I might as well get something set off to the side to grow some nether wart from. I think while that is going on, I'm going to take a little break. Be right back, guys. should be the game. Hang on a sec. Game, aka Twitch. Going. Do we have a chat with you on that? No? It's set to Minecraft. Oh yeah, and sorry, just catching up chat there. I saw Space Engineers game. I'm like, wait a minute. I know I said it properly on Twitch. Yep, those are all from various things I've done in Space Engineers, both myself and with others like Spacebar, Wasted Space, Textfire. All right. It's still night. Why is it still night? Don't want it to be night. Night is boring. Daytime. Sorry, that was a work alert that came in the background there. No worries, fortunately. Right, I went down to sleep. Got distracted by the alert. Sleep. A chance to dream. Do have it. I'll run these outside of the chunk. They don't really be chunk loaded per se. I really don't even need it because it's pretty easy to build that back up just with the sifting of the soul sand and everything. You are some. It looks like it will round to a nice number. Go and essence. It's funny, the my offline world, I wound up having a problem with my storage system there. Not exactly sure what happened, but things basically stopped piping through from the crafting system, the auto crafter I've got set up for handling Ethereum essence and automatically bringing it up to the highest possible tier. Broke, and it left me with about 14,000 Inferium essence sitting around unprocessed. Last look at it, it had gotten through about 2,000, but it's kind of scary what happens when you don't process that stuff, how fast it builds up. Upstairs, they can go downstairs and everything else. We also got that Solium too. 14 of that. Solium. Let's put that on. So we're basically completely dependent on our dirt flow to eventually get us enough farms or gardens that will get the mushrooms out. Short of potentially being able to make the other kind of mushrooms out of essence, but getting nether essence at this point. I'm trying to think if that was. I think it requires soul dirt as part of it, which I don't think I can craft quite yet. Alright, let's give it a shot, see what we get. Maybe we'll get lucky. There's a mushroom. There's another one. That's what we're looking for. 2 mushroom caps. That is such great news to the point where I'm actually going to have the farm help me with those. I don't really need a massive flow of Ethereum out of there at the moment. I'd much rather have this getting accelerated. And the thing I also need to do is downstairs here. Sifting for that. Dust. I do have some sand available. Problem when you've got an automatic system. I kind of wish that this wasn't a thing where it had the built-in pocket for everything in the automatic systems. Force you to actually do storage for it properly. No worries. Just make it the hard way. Oh, there's some. I knew I had some. Take my dirt instead. There's the compressed ham. Ah, I still have it. Oh, inventory, blindness. So many things. Now I can take... Sand can also go in a compressed... Or not compressed, a submerged sieve. It does give you a couple of other options. I think it's primarily coral. Against netherite mesh, we can get a 25% chance of an ink sac, which is good. Coral seeds, which I haven't really found useful for anything. It does give you the arid garden, which is the last Pam's Harvest Craft garden that we actually need to get. But not really much of anything useful, and I then have to store all of it, so wait for later. What I require out of you, sir, dust, is all of the bone meal that you can give me. I don't really care about... Well, I guess I kind of care about the essence. Or the essence, the redstone. There are upsides to that. Primarily, I want the bone meal, since the half stack is not really a lot. Because I can feed bone meal to this thing to really rock it pellet. Now, we have that. Instant slime. 1 slime, 18 slime balls. We good. Take the... Quite too out of them. Oh, right, I need to make a blank plate first. Stone in the middle. Stone. Got ahead of myself. With music in the background is when it inevitably decides to use a sound in it that sounds like, say, phantoms popping in above your head. 6 vector plates. That's why this is a pretty easy early game set to do, because you get a lot of these pretty quick. Alright, so we want to... Here's basically how that works. And you can see you really can't walk against it, which is why this is great for a mob farm, because it will not even let you out of this block. You have to hold down shift. or, you know, walk out the sides. We'll basically just mirror that on the other side. Work out nicely. The lights got everything taken care of there. We'll be able to turn off the lights in here, and that will be good enough that once I get this sealed up properly, we'll have our first mob farm. I honestly haven't really seen whether things despawn faster or not. Usually it's just the case of if I really don't need something, I can pick it up and throw it out, or if there is a trash mod on here, I think it's part of inventory tweaks that gives you a trash slot that you can turn on and off down here, and you can pull stuff in and out. Like, I don't really want to get rid of terracotta, but I could put that in there, for instance. Or you just find something to actually make out of your stuff. That too. It takes a little while, but you can do it. Useful there. It's just down to sugar cane. I probably could get a little quicker if I was willing to forego moving ahead with it immediately and planting a second one, but definitely doesn't hurt to build up a good supply of the slime blocks. You are going to kind of need them to a fair extent. Well, I'm thinking about it. The magnets should be doable by now, if I remember right. Don't really have a reason to not have. Oh, right, yeah, because it needs the ender pearl, which we don't want to burn up at the moment. We're going to need that for the hopper. Look on that absorption hopper. Should have big rod. Oh. Two, just one. And some obsidian. So I might as well get that made and positioned. Should be a hopper if I remember right. I was about ready to say I could put down the jungle wood and get the cocoa beans going, but in reality, we're gonna have tons of them. They're not that hard to get if I want more of them. Brown dye is not the most rare thing in the world. Hopper, one absorption hopper. The nice thing about the absorption hopper that I like is we can set it up outside of the mob farm itself. Go collect. Start back of it a bit. Oops. I move the slabs down. And the reason why I can set this up here is because even though it's only a 7x7, one, you can push it further ahead. That is to the south. Actually, north. Like that, and offset south. this particular absorption area will pretty much pick up anything that gets thrown out of here. And even if something does get thrown a ways away, like over here to the walls, they'll still get drawn by the pads back in once I get them all in place. Let's go for... Oh, the absorption hop is picking this stuff up. Wondering where that torch went that I put down, but then that other block disappeared. Like, oh, that's where it went. That, however, is not correct. Oh, for 9 by 9, it's not correct. I just need a little room to be able to see what's going on. The thing I am a little concerned about... I am going to have to shrink for this particular zone a little bit. Because the idea being we want to turn this thing off easily with just one light control. The thing I'm going to have to question is, did I finish the quest for this? There's a quest that does give you something that is very useful for doing the mob farm stuff. Yada, passives, nope. That. Okay, so we do have the ender inhibitor somewhere around. That means I can make this thing 4 tall. If it wasn't 4 tall, I would have to absolutely make it 2 tall only to make sure that I wasn't dealing with Endermen spawning in here and wreaking havoc. I might have to shrink this down to a 7x7 internally. Still have a double wall, but not a problem. Always come back later and open it up a bit more. Mobs coming out of this will not be a problem. I mean, even if I'm not far enough away from the spawn chunk that it's only working about half the time, it's still going to be a lot more powerful than you might think. Mark over there and... Need another wand. Go much quicker with the wands. Every single time I go do something, why do I always have to do that to myself? I leave a crafting bench full for no reason. Must get refined energy wireless crafting terminal. That slip. it. Battery on the inside. Yeah, it looks like just one more will do it. Oh, the absorption hopper got it. I was going to show how the particular vacuum hopper was working, but no. I ate it. It was too delicious. Mob farm too big? No problem. Try mob farm be small. That. Let's light this for now. It'll probably be dark before I know it. On the other hand, it is kind of handy to have that picking things up automatically. Like, almost free temporary inventory space. Let's back this up because the front of this is not sealed up now. That's fine. The hopper itself is okay where it is. I don't want to move that out. You can see since I told it to send items south, it'll happily do that. Set it to this. No. Drop automatically into the chest, which is definitely going to need to be doubled up pretty quickly. And I'm going to need a bunch of slabs for the roof, not a problem. And then after that, I've got to work out the glass for it. Believe it or not, this mod pack actually has like I think it's like 4 different kinds of glass that come in handy for use in a mob farm. And I think 2 of them specifically are even witherproof. So we've got the dark runic glass, which I think is we've got dark glass itself, which just blocks light, which that right there I'd be happy with using. Aside from... No, actually it's even doable. So just basic straight up dark glass would do it. There's also tinted glass. Prevents light and tough enough to withstand withers. Whoa, wow. You mean I can make this stuff that's witherproof with just coal and off-the-shelf glass? Sign me up. Soul glass we're gonna need for the soul jar, so we don't use that. And what's the other one? That's the smelter. I know there's another type of glass in here that works to be dark ethereal glass, which blocks light and would let me walk into the mob farm at will. That is an explosion proof. I can tell you from what I've done in my other world, neither of the mob farming utilities that I can put in will cause anything like creepers to explode or any of the mobs that can spawn in to explode at this level. So this is also certainly an option. Requires ethereal glass, which basically requires another Eye of Ender. I don't have any more. So while it would be nice, there's also something that's a heck of a lot cheaper and tough. Yes, please. I shall take some of that. Especially when you can make it out of charcoal, of all things. Charcoal! An actual use for charcoal in the game. Aside from campfires, I'll give Mo Yang that. Still means it's more useful to keep. Need a lot of it, just enough to seal it. I have roof access. I still will need to get in to finish up the jiggers, these guys. Okay, you mock me! Come on. Anything I can use for that. Oh, this is a hilarious thing. We are going to be getting things like Witch Hat and other things out of the mob farm, and they actually have recipes to turn them into useful stuff. Puddle honey, 2 agave plants will do it. Pete! You test me. God damn it. Right. So for 2 things. Do I have any of the sisal leaf? No. I think that comes out of desert plants only. Let's just... auto-glass it. Or I could have just... What am I doing? Brain! Gravel will make them sandy. Trick is having to pick somewhere where it will actually compromise the tree. And this also means it's gonna flood downstairs again. One moment whilst we adjust. Now it won't. This gave me a chance to do a little bit of a science experiment. The process of making flux dust is going to involve a small explosion here at the bedrock. And I have to admit, I am curious about whether or not... Sound barrel. It's water it needs. I am curious whether the explosion will cause the sugarcane to blast off. Alright, some more of that. Ending. Some food. Let's turn off that area. Should be safe doing this since we've got nothing spawnable with the light on down there. The great thing about having this in a mod pack like this is I don't have to worry about trying to engineer mechanics to put the mob farm 21, 22 levels up and a way to turn it on and off so I can just have the mobs follow their death if I want to. And not have to worry about going in and gathering up all the stuff that's going to be gathering up over there. It's just, they come in, they spend a couple seconds getting smacked by this thing when it's on. Even better once it's upgraded, and then they die. No complaints about that. Four and 5. Oh, I need Ender Pearl so I can get elevators. That would make this much less painful, too. Tinted glass. That's only giving me 4 out of that if I do that. Or I can make the witherproof glass, which is in there. But that's going to require the essence, which we don't have. That's what we're building right now. Is it dark? Nope, not the dark. Oh my god, so many different kinds of glasses that will do it. Here's the one that was just the 4. Clear black glass. Mana glass. Not worried about those. Dark glass. Dark glass blocks light. That gives me the full 8. Not that coal is that valuable of a resource, but hey, if I don't need to use it. That gives me my full 8. And like I said, I don't have to worry about this one. Anyways, it'll be... I'm just going to put one outer layer or inner layer on it anyways. Not exactly cozy comfort, but actually got a 4 tall in here. That will be interesting. Let's find that ender teleporter. Or the ender teleportation jammer. Otherwise, the second the endermen take damage in this farm, they're going to try to pop out of it. Needless to say, that would not lead to a desirable satisfactory conclusion. Got it, but I am not seeing it. What are you explicit? Alarm going off again. It's not a critical thing, so fortunately it's not a deal with this immediately issue. There it is. I had one. The thing I'm gonna do is one modification up on that. Because it's up to 8 blocks away, can it be attached to any side of solid blocks. So this will certainly go on the roof. It'll be able to cover everything down into the farm itself. Right, roughly center it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And off. That is now active. No Enderman shall dare emerge from the roof at this point. Or not emerge from the roof. Emerge from this mob farm. None shall pass. I left a couple seeds around. I wasn't throwing them all. Yeah. Bingo. Grow, my pretties, grow. There we go. Slowly but surely. Right? Surely? Maybe? Perhaps? Bro? Just a little bit? Teensy tiny little bit? Cool. Cool. Where's the bone meal? All 10 of it that I got from the sieving there. Oh, sure. Now you start. Tell you what. Let's and harvest. Boost on both of them. I wouldn't be so upset with the beetroot if you just didn't need to an endless supply of beetroot seeds. Like guaranteed every single time that you're going to get more seeds out of it. Farm. Not process this. Oh, that's this. So effectively, everything is going to be funneled once we get through all of that towards the center, where they will meet their ever so happy demise. Two more of those, so we're gonna need more black dye as well soon. Since I've only got 4 more of that. Everything there. Can live without black dye. Remember I put all that stuff, all that dust in there to get more bone meal, and what am I going through even faster now? One. I suppose if I've got to get more, at least I'm getting some more red and yellows. There's enough there to finish off another set of those plates. Was same pattern, but with stone. And yeah, I could just do make a massive beet farm at this point, but then I'd have to tear down all the farmland afterwards. And I'm the lazy sort of person. The other nice thing is the lights do shine through these things. So it's not like you have to worry about, oh, well, now if I put this down on top of the light, it's going to block out all the light suddenly. I mean, technically, I could even fire this thing up right now. It's not very... on one side, and I think water will uproot these plates. I could try to just do a half ball, just to get it up and running. Actually, why I don't want to be harvesting the dirt plants is when I go by there, because that actually makes the farms gonna be less efficient because of it with the fertilizer bits there. Yeah, if I cover. Oh, why did you? Oh, interesting. I might have to take a look at the mob farm on my world. I think that is a redstone thing going on right there. I don't remember that being a problem before. In fact, I don't even remember these being redstone controlled before. Can be disabled with redstone, can be waterlogged. Yeah, so if I want to make a drowned farm, I could do that. Sneaking mobs will not be pushed. Half the mobs in the game don't know to sneak. I might be able to get by that with redstone alloy wire. Problem is I don't think I can make that just yet. Copper, redstone in the furnace, I can. Just 3 in a row for that. It would let me move the on-off switch to the farm to be in a safer location too. At that point, I might as well just leave the call exposed there. That's a good visual indicator that, hey, this is being powered. It's not really much of a stopping point as it stands anyways. The other thing I could do is if I really wanted to, I could move it over to the walls as well. It's like a fun house in there every time I try to walk by and get out the door. Ooh, we got 3 that time. Fancy. So why do I need to keep spare slime in there? Because you're gonna need it, Farrell. You're gonna need it. Crunch. I mean, basically the idea is no matter where you go, you're going to meet your demise at some point. So just accept it, mobs. Your time is numbered. I mean, really, it is numbered in the game because it's going to have some sort of integer value associated with it. So, yeah. Given the despawn mechanics. I have a stack of these stupid seeds when I get done with this, aren't I? Why, Mojang? Why did you add beetroot seeds? Beetroot doesn't do anything. Absolutely nobody playing this game wants to carry around a food that is not stackable. Do not understand where that decision came from. There are some things in this game that I consider very questionable that Mojang has done, but Beetroot is the worst of them by far. $19 seeds. What am I going to do with them? All I can do is throw them in a composter. And maybe after about an hour, I'll finally get a single piece of bone meal out of it. Okay, and then also, yeah, nope, you're done. You may want to be famous, I do not. One last batch should... It's nice that this is at least fast enough that... Harvest this at on the way back and keep going. One of the other things I should be thinking about also is maybe seeing if I can craft some of these upgrades. Alright, that's it on the inside. Yes, just for completionist's sake. Since it actually... Now I remember why this isn't a problem in Otherworld. That won't be powered up when the mob farm is on. So we absolutely do want that in there. This is now a sealed location. The hopper is on. It's always on. Chest is clear. Engage the mob killing apparatus. Turn off the light. If you think you're going to see anything amusing right off the bat, well, no, not really. For a little bit. There's our first creeper. Looking at the icons on the map. And a skeleton. Go, kill him. Taking a while to kill him. Might need the upgrades in there. Right. Oh. Plus, the lever's probably not my spot. Really? Turn that on before it gets in. Absolutely not killed anything there. Okay, so that's the edge of the mob farm there. That's okay. slight teething problems, that's all. So you can imagine why we're gonna need a some storage out here pretty soon. Let that build up a little bit while I go over here and make some more drawers. Yeah, I figured it was something with the positioning. It just looked like it was in the right spot from below. I swear I even put it back in the same area, but who knows? Let's see. Rest of the question together. I still haven't gone through the rest of that, which I probably should. Especially since I can just turn the whatchamacallit loose on it. There's. It's not going to be enough to really build much of anything, but a little bit of extra basic stuff. Even if I've got to manually work with it for the time being. Looks like I'm rushing to get that done. Yes, very much. That's why. This is going to be going a mile a minute. More controller for this. Darn it. I need to stop the armor and everything. It's got damage from going in there. Oh, I have. Eek. It's out. I guess the rest of it we're just gonna have to let kind of build out on its own over time. At the very least, that's my intermediary buffer, so anything it won't sort into these will eventually just back up into here. We'll get this locked down soon enough. Farm is still going. It's actually nice. Gives me a nice, safe place to tuck out of the rain there. Alright, mob farm, have at it. Bone mill's a lot less of a problem now that I've got the bones coming off the skeletons. Gave me no birch sapling. Cheeky little SOB. Acacia's gonna manage to build in such a way to merge in every other class. Do that. One mob farm set up, ready to go, and to help encourage it, claim the chunk and force it. That farm is now always running. It's within loadable range. It's chunk loaded. It should. Farm. Yeah, there's a spider in there now. All right, it's working. Woo! fun mob farm. We've got slime. We've got everything we need for soul sand as well. We've got crushed netherrack, which we need to store. And we also got ourselves a golden chest plate with mana boost on it. Yay. And a durability of 4. Yeah, that'll work real good. Get hit with a stick and it would break. Okay. I can sit down and figure out what I'm doing at this point. Kind of leaning towards refined storage. Because I know from experience, building up a ton of drawers is not going to help things. So we need a controller to start with. That. Quartz infused iron. Silicon, which is going to be cobble. Can do it. Just so happen to have a steady supply. Also, I think I can sleep. Not deal with this rain anymore. Arrgh. A new day dawns, and so with it, a new task. Refined materials. 2 stacks, 1 stack. Stack of iron. Light detecting. I didn't even know A2 had that. Refined 3 to 1. Oh, joy. Well, I'm definitely going to be wallowing in quartz enriched iron, huh? So, refined storage is primarily going to be a lot of processors, 3 different types, similar to A2, that we're going to have to be constantly building up. And that's going to require a healthy amount of processor bindings, which, guess what? We got the slime for now. String actually should be coming out of the farm. Let's take a look and see what's gathered so far. You have picked up some Ventium dust, it looks like. Catalyzing gland. Wild and wing string. I think we can let that lock down. 16 bone already. Nice. And 15 rotten flesh does mean I do have... I can build something that will help me dry that out and turn that into real leather. In fact, if I remember right, they added it back in that you can just dry it. Oh no, that's the rotten leather. Just we want regular. Not the rotten, not through mana infusion. Especially considering I don't have an alchemy catalyst available. You can get started in the basics of Botania pretty easily, but there it is. Drying basin will do it. And this is a non-powered solution, only 1 at a time. Mechanical's a bit better in that regard. And the redstone furnace will do it. Perfect. I'll take a ratio of 4 to 1 if it means I get a book. We need ourselves an enchanting table. Take bone. especially because I can grind up bone as well. Should be able to just do that with the pulverizer. Check that. Perfect. Yep. Just trying to burn it. Not bad. Certainly some redstone. Inventory is a nightmare. Does that ever change? There we go. Bone meal. Beautiful. And if you don't mind, give me some leather, baby. We're gonna need it. The neat thing about refined storage is it's basically AE how it used to be way back in the day. And it's pretty nice. It's a good compromise between a simpler system and AE2. See the processor, which means a raw processor, which means processor binding. String. Either of those. I am going to need something for my sanity. Because you know I'm going to be here for a while going back and forth between multiple recipes. Get a fair amount of stuff out of it at least. That's some redstone. More diamonds and... Oh. Sitting on me. Where? There it is. Alrighty. Enchanting. I don't believe... Nope, doesn't give me any advantages or disadvantages. And the great thing about enchanting is I don't need a big, massive area to do it at this point. You'll see that things have changed a little bit with the enchanting system in this mod pack from vanilla, and it's an interesting change. It lets you get rather OP enchants pretty quickly. Well, I shouldn't say pretty quickly. There's a lot of different bookcases I'll have to make to actually work. Like if I throw something in that's not enchanted right off the bat, I'm not going to be getting much of anything great. You can see right now, you can basically make the spell stronger or the enchantment stronger. You can get different varying enchantments on it, and you can make the rare enchants more common. The trick to that, of course, is I'm going to need to build a variety of different bookshelves that kind of tweak things a little bit. And primarily, you can see the bookshelves are actually rated now. So the oak is Eterna +1, jungle +1, all the vanilla stuff is +1. There's a crimson bookshelf for +1, a work bookshelf, and I don't know why it's not showing up. So if I find it in the broader list. Oh, it's interesting. I'm not seeing it. There we go. No, not there. There's a hell shelf, which actually gives you more Eterna and more Quanta. So again, remembering that that is the part giving you variance in enchanting. You don't need a lot of that, but it gives you more Eterna, which is nice. And it also has a different max value as well. There's a sea shelf, which is what we really want. This particular line, where this is giving you 5% Arcana boost. Downside is I'm going to need a pufferfish for that. And prismarine blocks, which is going to take me a little while to get up to. There's a Heartforged Sea Shelf that once you get the Heart of the Sea and you've managed to enchant a Sea Shelf to Sea Infusion 3, requires that. Then you can get up to this point, and that's 10% Arcana boost, which is pretty slick. And there's the same thing for all the different major materials as well. So you've got the Hell Shelf, the Aquamarine Shelf, and the End Shelf as well. And the End Shelf boosts everything. This is kind of the way we want to go if we can. I mean, Heartforged Sea Shelf is good for the Arcana that it's introducing, but I can get a much more rounded experience going this route. Even to the point where Eterna with a max 50 is pretty good. I mean, that's right there controlling the strength. That means you're getting out of the normal max enchantment value of being something like a value 4 enchant well into value 5 and above. Very slick setup to be able to do that, but End Shelf we can, if it's not for the Ender Pearl, once we get some Endermen showing up in the farm and we'll get some Ender Pearls out of it, we'll be able to get it, but we also need Dragon's Breath. Gotta go to the end to defeat the dragon to do that. Draconic is Dragon Head, which we can actually make out of Essence. More Ender Pearls, that gets us our max 50 value. But I'm really looking more at that Pearlescent Ender Shelf. So, standard End Shelf, just with End Rods, and those are relatively easy to make once we got Blaze Rods. And Ender Pearls. So that's the direction we are going, but for now, basic enchants, not a problem. The other nice thing is you're not going to burn through all of your experience on this blasted thing either. I've done effectively level 40 enchants, and it just feels like your levels last forever. We do want to go that way eventually. We do also, however, want to get some more processors done up. So we've got a raw basic. We don't need the raw withering. Raw improved. Let's just go ahead and do... Alright, those are the quartz ones. A little more on that. Farm is pulling a bit more. It must have gotten a one of the mobs with crossbows. It might be an Ender Pearl or an Ender Pearl fragment down there. Fragments are just as good. Definitely take some of those. And all the bone meal I could ever need. Drop. Sure. And let's get our Heart of the System Controller. Short of silicon. Why am I? No. Put it all down. That would be a while. One controller, which of course is also going to need a power supply for it. And now we want a grid. the very least to start with. We're gonna need the destruction cores. I forgot about those. Basic plus nether quartz. Not that big of a deal. Even make some right now. And the glass and the machine casing. Yes, yes, I get it, game, where one follows the other one necessarily does. Alright, which one was that one? Glowstone dust in the basic. Put that there, but because of the netherrack we've been refining in the background, not a problem. Inventory space, however, on the other hand, very much. I'm gonna dump out of here. You want to take off my hands here? Oh. Let me do the grid, aside from the glass. This is why I need the magnet, because if I did manage to run myself completely out of inventory space, I could at least drag things around. All right, grid, which are going to immediately turn into a crafting grid. It's also neat that they let you dye these things, too. It's pretty nice. Crafting table. There. That's the viewing items achievement, but I don't think we are. Let's see. We don't get anything until we actually make cable for this mod, annoyingly, so I should probably be getting that done. Quartz, glass, redstone. Easy enough. Except inventory space again. Here, take my stuff, have it. Anything you want. Just open up some more room for me to carry things. We need things to make us go. Plus the quartz quartz. That's iron. 12 cable. Achievement. No rewards. There's no rewards for any of this, but the more you get this lined up in advance, basically. Disk drive, we are absolutely going to need one. Where's your disk drive? That's the manipulator. That's if I want to transfer things around disks. Storage monitor, we don't want the disk drive. Sweet, a chest and surprise, another machine frame. And a chest. So nice to not have to climb up to the top of a spruce tree to take care of it. Aside from the fact I don't have quite enough. Come here. Give me another one. Spruce. Spruce. What are you doing to me? There you go. Chest and the rest we've got. can I possibly have my inventory any more bogged down at this point with useless stuff? Oh my goodness. Alright, tell you what, if I go over here. That will open up a slot. That'll let me get the slab. Then we can go over to the mob farm, check in on it while I put the flesh back, so it's got a place to go. Now, downside is the experience right now is being left behind, but the vacuum hopper can get that and pick it up. In fact, it already is full. I just don't have anywhere to actually put the thing right now, unfortunately. Go there. We've already got 4 ender pearls and 4 ender pearl fragments. That's good. Crossbows. Trust me, we're going to have a million of those coming in. We can lock that and... zombie hearts. That will lock that chest. 30 rotten flesh already. Ooh. 41 41 bone. Yep. Okay, so the bone meal crisis is officially over now. Now I just gotta figure out where we're gonna put this storage system. The answer is I'm going to keep it somewhat central to this general area. I'd like to do power grid up there. The disk drive off of that. Grid can come down here. So I just need power. Well, gee, I wonder where my farms are and all that. Here, right up in this general area? Why, yes it is. Yeah, I don't say. Tap into that kind of problems. As soon as I remember where my power cables are. Pretty soon that won't be a problem. Everything will be in one spot. Imagine that. And hey, Ex Sky. Glad to be of help. Power is right up. It's inside the building. There's no point trying to run it around the lava feed. No! No! Why do you do this to me? Why is it every time I want to run a cable or pipe anywhere, it's always one short? Ah! Tests me. Tax my patience. Murphy's Law of botted Minecraft. No matter how much you think you have of something, it will never be enough. Yeah. Cracker Barrel trip. Well, that's definitely a trip the way you're playing there. There we go. One refined storage system working. Granted, it doesn't exactly have everything really there because, well, frankly, there's no storage anyways. I can't put anything in it. I need to get some discs up for that, but the heart of it's there. Means we need to work on the other half of this storage quest. I can actually do that pretty easily. In fact, I think in that chest up there. Yeah, don't even have to walk anywhere. Let's see, 1K. Make sure that's acknowledged it. The nice thing is out of this, you do get a legit reward. Because a 1K disc is nice, but a 4K is a lot better to start with. Even then, take that out. 4K. Plus the... So I can make that, take that 4K and put that into something better. One more of these. Come on. I'm hesitant to do a shift make all on this for fear of how many it might wind up making me. That I'm out of that anyways. Quartz. These are fine. Nice thing is I've got the storage housing, so when I make the last of this into the 4K parts, I can take the 3 of those, get a 16K storage part. Assuming I've got improved processor, which I do. Let's throw. Just put it in there, would you? I know it's not something I have everything for, but I would like to empty out my inventory so I can make sure that I'm carrying everything else. This is why I said you go through refined quartz very quickly. Stone in the middle. Glass is on the outside. Silicon. Into the 4Ks first. One basic processor is all I'm missing, huh? Missing everything. Oh, good. Forget about it. Just do it backwards. And you need iron, redstone. The iron I don't have in my inventory. I mean, that iron. I don't know why I'd be walking around without carrying that around. Must be because I'm crazy. Board and okay. More coming out here. And have your iron back. Storage, 4K storage to there, 16K storage. Boom. One thing I like about refined storage is, unlike A2, which limits you to a maximum of 63 items, unique items per disk, which is really effing annoying. When you're talking about a big modded storage requirement. But this, not so much a problem. 16K storage, and we now have... mind, this is the not the crafting grid, just a grid. But so much better. At last, a one-stop shop for everything without having to take up an entire wall to do it with. Now, I need to turn that into a crafting. Because I never did for whatever reason. I'm going to need one of the advanced processors and a workbench. Because I didn't have the wood I needed for the workbench. Processor. Don't worry, everything's still stored in there. Fluid crafting. Not quite ready for that. Pattern grid. We're definitely going to want one of those. It's disguising itself because it's not the one I was expecting. I didn't have it done in advance. Bada boop, bada boop, bada boop. All right. That gets us the crafting grid. Better, and now I can actually craft things that I have in the inventory as well. I still don't want to run everything up top into there because the one advantage we do have with this system is I can craft this in such a way that if I start generating too much of one item, it will automatically be disposed of. A lot more difficult to try to do that in a refined storage system, or even A2 for that matter. But I need to take a little quick AFK session, guys. Deal with something that just came in for a work alert, and I will be back with you guys as soon as possible. I can't help but think that the song going in the background is the theme from Jules. The joys of being on call at work. I'm gonna sit here and wait for something to happen. We're back with you guys in a moment. Almost got this wrapped up. Not the stream, but the reason why I'm not at the moment actually doing anything. Great. I'm in a situation now where I'm trying to sign out of my work system. Finishing up this on-call task, and I'm having one of those office space moments. You know, and Peter's trying to get out of the system on a Friday so he can get out of the building before his boss hits him up planning to come in and work on the weekend. Yeah, it's basically doing that to me right now. You're not doing anything. Go away. Get out. You're lying. You know you're lying. You ain't doing no work. Stupid little desktop. Alright. Let's... That. Water should flip over any second. There we go. Sorry about that, guys. Attached to this computer generally work a lot better. All right, so we've got our auto crafting grid set up. Our refined storage system. I'm just gonna come through here and grab a little bit of everything. Powders, clay. A little bit of that. Oh, good. That. Just, you know, things that might come in handy to do some work. Set, so I just need to get into that thing. Start cleaning up some space. The other thing I can also do, since I've got the controller there, it won't take that much to extend a crafting grid up above as well. Give us some basic building capabilities, and now I can do things like, say, I want to have a iron pickaxe. Ah, there we go. So much better. This is going to make things go a lot quicker, aside from having to wait around for the resources in the first place, but what can you do? You can't change that. And yeah, I'm not getting any of the tinker stuff because, good lord, trying to get into tinkers at this point is a nightmare. It's decidedly not a easy mod to get into anymore. Alright, so I was just referring to the problem we've got up here. Namely that this thing is a pain to go through here. I have to manually deal with all of this stuff. I also mentioned we don't have quite everything that we should have, unfortunately. I.e., everything that we need. Start cleaning that out and emptying out so I don't cause an explosion, quote unquote, when I empty it. Thank goodness you don't do what space engineers cargo containers do when they're full of ore and they explode. We need to tear this up and make it a bit more efficient. It's not bad right now, but it's only good for gravel. We need to get sand and, more importantly, dust getting sorted or created and sieved and whatnot. There are some improvements we can also do with this to help it go quicker by feeding it some hammers to speed up its pace. We've got everything we need to make the netherite meshes a bit better, so we're in good shape there, but yeah, we really do need to condense this down a little bit. Blowing in some areas. But a system that can automatically go in and, for example, turn all of this into the ore chunks and properly handle it, accommodate the gravel that comes out of it, and the byproducts that sometimes come out of it, and store it in a better way that makes the system a bit more accessible. Because right now, the downside to this automatic crafting system is it doesn't know what a nugget is. Basically, as far as it's concerned, nugget is a unique inventory item, and we can improve that and make it so that when we get auto crafting set up, we won't have to worry about crafting up recipes and teaching it how to make nuggets and make blocks and vice versa. That's a pretty big waste when we get into auto crafting. So, what we're going to need, a couple of things. We're going to need another auto hammer. If you're wondering why I'm not getting into the auto compressed hammer, which would be more efficient, yeah, it requires steel, which we can make. If I get into auto hammer, I'm going to have to craft up some resources to actually make the compressed forms of every block, which we can do. It's not a problem. Compressed, I swear, leads to more resources that you get out of it. However, I've run into a problem in my other world with the auto sieve, the auto heavy sieve. And it's because there's so much stuff that comes out of this system. Let me take a look at the netherite mesh. You can actually understand what's going on when you see it in this form. Here's what comes out of gravel. There's so much here they had to overflow it into this second box in JEI. Well, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 by 3, 21, 28, it's 27 items coming out of that. If you go up and you take a look at our sifter, which has the same size regardless of whether it is the heavy or the other variant, you'll see the problem right away. Is it's a 5 by 4, it's 20. There are 7 items that will, if it happens to hit the jackpot and generate over 20 items, the remaining items will just go popping out of the sieve, out into the environment, where it'll be constantly polluting it, not getting picked up, and despawning. You can deal with it by just sticking an absorption hopper near it and pulling it into the same inventory, but it's kind of a pain. So really, for at least the gravel, I want to stick with doing auto sieves. It kind of slows it down a little bit technically, but it's not that bad. So let's look at our auto sieve. So we go into that, which I don't have because the one spare I had upstairs, and I don't have a second. So do one. Which are missing any compatible wood. I know I've got some wood in there. Let's just empty it out of the system up here. Before I start to slowly drain that thing. All that. Never going to use birch log for anything. Might as well. This is where I wish JI was a little more lenient. Birch sifter, please, if you don't mind. Por favor. Oh, dear God. Why would anyone make their roof made out of birch? What manner of... Wow. Would... Oh, please. Okay. One, two of those. Because one's going to be for... The one we have is for gravel. The one we're going to make is for sand. And the third one will be for... Not... Just try typing. There are times where it does kind of tick me off a little bit, but... Oops. I'm hoping it legit doesn't want iron. Wait, what? Oh, iron blocks, because you don't know how to make them. Alright, that's why you kind of where's the storage buses and everything. Because then it would just automatically know how to do it. You want birch. Seriously? Really? You absolutely have to have oak. But I like how these actually look nice. Alright, 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 alright. I'll get you your darn oak wood. Incredibly picky, isn't it? Oak, oak. Don't have any there. And, well, that's the only ones I have. Picky, picky, picky. Would you like a bottle of Evian with that as well? Or, perhaps some Dom Perignon? Elitist wood snob. Pardon me, do you have any grey achacha? Slabs. See, there's all sorts of Mr. Crayfish's furniture mod is in here, so that's kind of polluting the setup here a little bit. There, you can have that. You can have that. I'll give you all that fun stuff that you can have if you'd like to just give me some auto sieves. Bingo. Alright. Seeing as I'm already running power in here, kind of seems a bit silly to have it outside, doesn't it? Tell you what, let's also get cameras going. Need plates and diamond hammers. Problem. Ah, for... Well, this is where I live now. Something really useful on... Yeah. Eventually, once I do manage to get anything for a foundry or a melting array going on, we'll deal with that, but... Good thing I've got plenty of iron to work with. Diamond hammers, we're going to need those. That's why I try not to shift click and say, no, it's going to work right. The one time I let my card down. At least it wasn't buttons. God. Come on. Let's run out of iron that was stored in the inventory. Alright, now for the fun of figuring this out. No. The only thing I have to bring down here is the supply of cobble, which is right up there. So when I move that hammer down, I can bring it in through here. Save myself a little bit of a headache. So that will sift where the hammer is. That then drops down to auto sieve. Come over here into second hammer. That will drop down into that system. So gravel, cobble to gravel, gravel to sifting / gravel to sand. And then / sifting, hammerer, and then the final sifter here. It's kind of a weird little waterfall way to do it, but work hopefully. Oh. It's not going to go through all of that, but... hammer. Pipes. Other thing I also need to do is actually get an upgrade for these things. Need to make it so that way it's going to process things a little more. I don't want to say efficiently because it's not efficient at all. Don't know what nuggets are. There. Problem taken care of. Now you understand what a nugget is. Two, and let's upgrade those two. Would upgrade those to something, but we're out of something. The redstone, I guess? Okay, so come with me if you want to process. Have power. And I can jury rig something. Time being, it's not split. I'll keep all that coming over here to build up some lovely, lovely ones. You're safe. Half slide. Sure that stays full. It's a bastardization of the setup I need to have in place, but this is the gist of how it'll work. Is I will be able to get rid of that and that. Have the cobble come in directly from here. But that. Dash. Okay, I guess we're gonna have to do the next one. Those flint mesh, which we don't have flint for. Okay. Don't worry, I'll eventually have the refined storage system set up that it will have everything linked together at least. All I just need is a storage bus to hook and a drawer controller to hook all that stuff into it if I want to, or any of the other storages. Time being, though, those iron, diamond, emerald, some Nathu. Yes, that's Nathu crop. Might as well be. But I'd love to see is something that lets you do things like get a smithing table natively into it instead of having to rely on interfaces. Well, okay, that's a weird bug. You can't shift click through that interface, apparently. Mesh. 2. Just need 1. Need 2. Actually, I wonder if there is a benefit to having 2 meshes. Tried this. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's actually working at that point. Oh, right, I'm out of power. Power would be a good thing. I don't run out of it doing this. Doesn't look like it's any faster. Yeah, it's basically the same. At any rate, I could tear out this wall and get proper power feed behind it, honestly. Actually step up into this area. And here needs to be. I hate having a visible gap through the walls, but there's not a lot you can do with these pipes. Preventing that from being seen. I can do it there. Even though these machines have an internal array of power, we'll go through it pretty quickly. Here. Not like bleh, I do not look like not like how that look has become. Like, still, it keeps the worst away. That much. Out of power. Okay. Power upstairs. Power generation probably peg. Because it is getting enough to do a little bit of processing, but yeah, it's shorthand. Which is not great, because that's going to mean this thing's going to start running out of power soon. When you've got your entire storage system tucked in there, it is a little bit of a weakness, you know? Things that require power don't work very well, and they don't have it. Trying to avoid any feedback lines of pace on it, but it's like I kind of do. I've got some Ingvar. Yank that out while I've got access to it. Iron short. That should have coils, one piece of redstone, gold, fire charges, Ingvar, and and nickel. It's gonna need a little bit. Stone. Construction. Dynamo. Tree in the way. No more tree. Don't need no sticking trees in the way. Also thinking, realizing. Right, that's on a okay, I was forgetting that was in a chunk I've already loaded. Or set to load. So that's our rerun that in a moment. You're flat out, you're flat out, you're flat out, yeah. Definitely some power. Better, but not great. The only thing is, it's not really a case of that off to save a bit of power to start. Not doing that bad. Storage systems up. We're kind of flatlining down here a little bit, but that's okay. Tell you what, if I want to do augment. Base level's going to need gold. More. I don't think I have enough of the exotic material blends to do the next level up. Advantage of having one of these is we are going to double up the lava tank, but the output's going to be improved. So we can still do some more upgrades to that as well. Namely, let's see. Looking for stabilized RF coil. No, no. Tank won't help. Cool. Flux linkage. We're gonna need a bunch of those on the furnaces and pulverizers. Dairy is not gonna help us. Catalytic. No, that's not gonna help. This is generation rate, but reduces efficiency. Auxiliary reaction chamber. Be where I think we want to go. Oh, it's okay. It just requires signal. And probably what? Silver gear. Silver I can do. Signal I can kind of do. We got the engineer's hammer, which we can make. But the signal gear. Signalum is going to require the fire charge plus silver, copper, and a lot of redstone. But if I can put that in, I'll be able to increase the efficiency of this generator alone. Might make it worthwhile. Silver, copper, redstone. We'll have to just rely on what we got downstairs. Should have 2 fire charges left. Redstone. One gear. Second gear. This. I was looking right at that upgrade. Why did it say one signal? I can still use these on that, so I'm not worried about it, but what gives? Thermal, what are you doing to me? Was my brain broken? Oh, not as the gear, as the plate. It's the silver that I need as the gear. Silver gear has got to be probably about the most useless thing I've ever heard of. As far as durability goes. It seemed like it would probably tear itself apart. That and action chamber just needs. What am I missing? Glass? Oh, of course not. It wants a special glass I'm willing about. It's never that simple. Let's see. Hardened glass, signalum glass, lumium, barium, hardened. Don't have an induction smelter yet. Sand will do, quartz dust, obsidian, and my fire charge. Quartz dust and an earth charge. I could probably just. Oh. Give me the Mac core advancement there. Yeah, come along here. We'll get this in there a little bit. Actually, 2FE 5. That one's actually building up a charge, so we're not in bad shape now. Keeping in mind that's with the system downstairs not running anywhere near where it should be. But I am actually better off advancing this, getting some upgrades in there. Because it is a little, I don't want to say OP, but not the endearing. Come on. Ooh, that's. Only one upgrade, but this is going to fight with that. And right off the bat, that's already building up more, even though this one hasn't finished up, backing up its power supply. This one's already building up there. It'll go through the lava quicker, but honestly, we are in pretty good shape in that regards. That's barely enough to drain one constantly. Kind of evening themselves out right now. We've got some time before I have to worry about generation. Now that we don't have to worry about that, and we've got some redstone back. Let's take down the rest of what's upstairs. Now. There. Dash. cobble input. I know it's still gravel right now, but that's why. That's. Come on, really? I swear, find the most annoying places. Place it. Thank you. I know it's a chest. It's not irreplaceable material, but it's the principle of it all. Cobble into there to generate gravel. Gravel down in here to generate sand. Coming out of there to process sand in shared arrangement to process into dust. I think though what I want to do purposely lengthen this out. And I've got a full one. Oh, Pharaoh. Because here's the thing about these pipes. It's not going to be able to tell between the two. Doing them in a round robin does kind of work, but in all honesty, I would rather see dust production prioritized over sand. As far as what we get out of sand meshing. I mean, we get some decent-ish stuff, but a netherite mesh, nothing here is really screaming at me that I need it. If I don't get a ton of prismarine shard and crystals, then so be it. I don't get a ton of it. So what I do is set this. Auto hammer here and upgrade. I hope the basics let me. No, they don't. Dang it. Alright. Back to this, which is why I ran out of redstone in the first place. Put that in, and now I can choose instead of nearest first, furthest first. So what will happen is as we start to get this tier generating sand, if I were to complete this circuit right here and put it in, that would give me prioritized dust production. Go down into here. And we can just sweep everything out through one master line. Out to get processed. It. There. So this is where we do our gravel insert thing. Put it up to you. That simulates what it would basically be like in production. That is also something better. We're going to round robin it, so that way one side gets one, the other side gets one. We'll split it exactly. Right now it doesn't really matter which way it goes because I'm flooding the system so fast anyways. It's going to be overloaded. It's into here. Not getting anything. That's currently a dust system anyways. Want that to eventually start processing. dust farm right now, anyways. Alright. Hang on to some sand, because that's always useful. Manual feed down here. No mesh, we can fix that. Out of inventory room, out of inventory room, not helpful. Why must I always be out of inventory room? There. Start doing sand, and we can let that run as is for the time being. That will slowly build itself up. You can see we're already having problems here. So usually, it's a good idea to not automatically have your system turned on until you're actually ready to deal with the output. However, I've never done anything intelligently usually in this sort of thing. I just rush into it. Basically, this is overflowing already, even on a slow pace. So that's why I've got to get that emptied out. The other systems I don't really care too much about. They can't auto-insort it anyways, and they're not generating anything close enough to numbers to overflow it just yet. That one will. Now, dealing with all the stuff I just panicked on. What did I put in here? Something I put in here that as I was doing it is like, oh, I shouldn't do that. But I'll just remember to go back and take it out again. Huh? See how well that worked. Fine. Okay, that is one way to do it. We'll let that system process out the last of the dust. The system's almost done getting rid of its gravel. At that point, I'll probably just shut that down so then I can figure out this mess down there. And I've got some things I need to do up here. So far, copper. I have no room for gold. Oh, yeah. Okay, compacting drawers is next then. Wow. Compacting drawers and emerald upgrades. All around. Did not realize I was that full on gold. Means this is probably going to start backing up. Yeah. Oh, that's nice. Little hold until I can come back and do it properly. Definitely need a terminal up here. Over here. Minesweeper edition of Minecraft. I can't pull anything out of there right now, but that's worry about getting that crafted good. Are working. Have any in storage, and I'm not likely to be able to retire anything from upstairs soon, so I know I've got some birch wood hanging around. Certainly use that. Pistones. Iron. So, hold on. And Big 3 Gamer, nope, this is a single player world. Drawers. Those, because we need them. Get that somewhere near the storage system so I can tie it in a bit easier. Chances are what's going to happen. I know I crafted cables. Part of the quest for it. The cable. Not up here because I didn't put them in the dump chest. Oh, hang on. I got a different problem now. Different storage problem. Pretty sure this is backed up with useless junk. Yeah, it's getting there. What have we got here? Aside from the fact I don't have the key with me anyway, so that's bone ash, some carrots from mobs who've been carrying those around. That's incredibly helpful. I legit do need to expand this. And build a system for dealing with overflow. But I think what I'll have to do now is just settle on turning the farm off. It's got enough backlogged in it that it's probably doing that. How are you doing that, my friend? Come on. Over this way, over to my friend. Remember, one of the upgrades I can give him is a range. Oh, matters quite a bit there. Grinder that's on off. No, we'll see how long this works. Can the mob beat the mob grinder? The answer is probably despawn. Alright. Multiple challenges then. But at least the system for that is off. What else do we have? This system needs boosting. We need to get a crafter to start doing this automatically for us. And somewhere, don't ask me where, I've got cables sitting around for an ME or a fine storage system, and it doesn't know where they are. Oh, that's why. That's the one thing I don't like about the crafting grid, is it does that thing where it says, oh, I'm going to reserve all those ingredients you had in here because you searched for something else and left the window. And it means that 9 times out of 10, if you can't find something, it's because you forgot that there's something got shoved over there. And it's restricting what you're seeing to those items. Don't like that at all. Please remove. something like an auto processing room could go here. And that way I can just run this cable out to it. Maybe even stick a drawer controller right there. First, though, let's deal with this. Nope, that's not the right way, and you know it. So I said sometimes you have to be cheeky when you use these things and force it down to the lowest denominator first. If you put the ingot in just by default, it won't let you have the nuggets out of it. And it'll then give you just the ingot, the block, and then the compressed block version. Which is really not useful for anything. Step back now. That, pistons. Skystone dust. That's what I think we're in there for safekeeping. Powder. Now for the fun part. Nothing gets lost to the void. Oh, what would probably be safe? All right. Yeah, this definitely makes sense to carry it over into this next room beyond. Build on some more platform along that wall, take it into the next chunk, and that can be where it goes, because I've already got the power grid basically running in the wall anyway, so why the heck not? But also the fact that the main line's going through there too. Good option to have. Up. Now, clear the bench. What I want to do, though. I mean, we're kind of living out here like savages in a cobblestone paradise. Doesn't mean that we don't have other options, you know? Now that we've got some resources, power to devote to it, it's chests. Is it dark again already? Grief. I swear that's all it is around here is the sun going down and it being dark. There you go. At the very least, I have something other than cobble, even if it's just plain old stone. Could be much more. You know, especially considering that now I have enough torches, I don't have to try to economize the system for anything. Oh, actually, even in fact, I can get a little bit fancy with what I want to do here. We have plenty of quartz, and the laboratory block is one of the ones that you can build up courtesy of the multi-recipe setup that this mod pack has. I wish it did this with all of the things. With all the different chisel blocks that you could actually craft them direct from the crafting station. Rather than having to actually put them through the chisel. But then there are times that the reverse is pretty handy, so. Let's see, we want laboratory touch too. This poor smithing table, I've moved like 6 times now. Never has a good home. Which is, well, those are running out. Oh, and a wand. Mind. That one's almost done. Back to something close to civilization as far as building is concerned. Quarter center where I'm going. Wall section. Maybe I have to do something about that. There. No more loot. Well, that's no good. Ah, crap. Oh well, wall block. This stuff was left over with from how I built out this lower area. Out of here, wand. I don't need you anymore. Messing up my scroll style. Okay, turn off that for the time being, and it's open enough to be able to work with at least. Eventually. Here. Item grid will come through. I'm really out of power pipes, huh? It's out of pie too, but yeah, priorities. Remember to pick the right one this time, because it is randomized. Which one it will actually give you, and sometimes you've got to watch it even if you want to do a shift click and pick the whichever one it feels like picking, and then pick something completely different for the next one. Next batch of 8. The good news is staying down here will mean I'm also keeping the mob farm too. Benefits. Iron. You know, I feel like maybe I should be doing something about that. Maybe just a little bit. Again with the tiny trees. Minecraft, come on. Better than this. None of these tiny trees, please. Big and strong. Good news is now I can much more easily see the condition of the power system on top. Actually, pretty good. It's the only one that's run down right now. And I can see where I need to route. I think my poor cactus is just about lost its spot. It's gonna have to go somewhere else. Or we just make another cobble gen. It's not like it's gonna be that hard. It's not a bad idea to have them split up. Or if anything, I just put the tier 1 cobble gen they wanted me to build. I can actually get that silly reward. Tier 1 cobble. The one that's of all amusingness built out of wood. Huh. Just me, or does it seem like a bad idea to have cobble gen made out of wood? Does not seem very conducive to behaving well. Let's see. Yoink. The game is happy. All the cobble gens. No, that's not all the cobble gens. Not by a long shot. No. If I uncompress this twice, I will eat up my entire inventory. It's just gonna stay in the inventory. That's it. sure I'm protected. So I'm not blowing anything up that shouldn't be. That's still independent for the time being, so that will work. Just need to switch you to pull. Yeah, I don't mind that slow of a pace on the passive system. It'll eventually catch up with itself anyways. Not to mention, I can still put diamond hammers in here with efficiency on them. Speed it up a little bit to keep it up with the everything else. Yeah, it's a good pace. I'm gonna drain the power system on that speed. And we've got enough room that I can pretty easily just put that chest back down here and slot in some gravel anytime I want. Just leave that there. Why the heck not? Alright, so gravel gen there. Alright, that's going to be somewhere probably down around here. Problem was iron ore. That's why I picked it up. I need to deal with the iron. Come with me if you want to save. Cheap way of tapping it in the power line, I know. A bit manual, this process. Let's see. So that automation's not going to survive. And some tree harvesting. Got it? Actually, now that I've got the iron axe, range is slightly better, but not great. All right, up we go. Oh, come on. Too short. Boo. Boo, I say. Have anything to... That's bad. And as much as I'd love to just ultramine and get down from here, I can't. I'll kill myself. Probably should just get some ladders. Okay. Now I can start trying to work on things like compressed drawers. That. I grabbed the key, but apparently I must have put it back. Chuck it away in random. Yeah, randomness. Randomness happens. Iron. That's done. Iron because we need packing drawer. Okay, stone, you can come along. I forgot I was gonna need that. We're gonna have what's that? Actual dirt on me to test it. Gravel. That line's gonna come in from there, feed in behind here. We're gonna have I want to do something different than what I did on my last world. What I did on my last world was I was literally just handling all of the poor gravel bits. And then everything else just got shunted off to the side in storage. I'd like to try to not do that this time. So what I really need is some more redstone torches. I'm gonna need that for... Oh, would you please stop doing that? Controller. Comparators. 2. Another drawer. That's okay. I'm sure there's something up here that's only got one item of it I can empty out. Yep, crafting terminal up top, definitely. That's going to be soon on the list. Send that into the drawer control. Into the drawer controller here. We'll have our drawer sitting up here to sort all of this stuff out. I want that to be able to handle the entire output of the sieve. Which is why I'm willing to shunt it all into one main line at this point. Not gonna likely have that to send anytime soon, so but basically the way I was doing is that I have a assembling system here, then the next thing over would be the pulverizer, and then the next thing over would be the furnace, and then the output would go up into the refined metal storage, aka all of those things. Actually, I need to cut a hole. Do this so we can keep this chest moving along nicely, because now it's doing, instead of 4 items every so often, it's going to do 16. So 4 items every 20, 16 items every 10. That should help keep up. Controller. Let's do some. I'll also say this, I made the mistake early on of doing my last world using dark oak for drawers, and yeah. You ever not want to see what you actually have in your storage? It's a good thing to do. It definitely means you can't read anything for your storage controls. Going all the way up to the ceiling. And as far as safety is concerned, this drawer controller is in this chunk, so this should not be a problem. Should pretty much see everything filtered through. Out of there, so I've got a buffer in case anything goes wrong. And now engage that link. That's connected. Sand output, dust output. I just need to actually turn them on. They'll catch up eventually. The flow out of this thing is not going to be serious enough to, for these two at least, to warrant having an upgrade on them. But the collection chest, the buffer, definitely will need it because it's going to stack up pretty quickly. There's another downside to how I've done this. I should have had these prepped in advance. Fix that now before it's too bad. What I want to do is be able to cherry pick what I'm going to be processing out of this thing. Because I don't really need to package up some things, and other things I definitely do need to. Put the emeralds over there. Diamonds with them. Arcane. That. Cinnabar. That. Light. Team dust spot. Cocoa. Sure. Some of these I actually can do. Just trying to get this stuff out of the way. Some of this, the cinnabar, apatite, sulfur I could send into compacting drawer. Same with the fluorite. The coal could as well. Not so much the cocoa beans or the vintium dust. Diamonds and emeralds belong in a compacting chest. So does arcane crystal and source gems. I am just looking strictly for... Oh wow, we got our first all-the-modium orchids. Those come out extremely slowly. Looking for is iron, gold, because that stacks pretty quickly, copper, and zinc. That down there. Link, so I can at least start stacking these out. This one's going to be one of the first ones I'm going to need to A, upgrade, and B, treat with priority for packaging. is there already? Perfect. Got one of those, and obsidian? Not enough obsidian, really. Birds are gonna come out at any moment here. Obsidian. The other thing I also need to just get automatic collection of obsidian up and going. That makes it a lot easier. Trade. Alright, this is not normally an upgrade I would be putting on a chunk handling chest, but it's going to take a while to get this up and running. That is now set up that as soon as we get over 32 times 512, it will just start to dispose of everything. Well, everything over that point. So don't have to worry about that overflowing. Just... okay, just that chest. Shit. Off. Oh, I didn't realize it was going to be that bad. Alright, let's get it out of the way. Let's see if I can make some room. Start by trying to relieve some of the pressure here. Save as well. Perfect. That ought to help. Should help. Also help if we're actually properly compressing a chest. Something about the pipes doesn't quite... It's a mod that's been optimized to run well on servers, and I think part of that problem is it doesn't look at an inventory and say, where can I properly fit everything that I'm trying to insert in here? I think sometimes it gets confused and then says, I'm going to put this in a random spot. And then, you know, chaos follows. Cats and dogs living together, mass hysteria. Yada, yada, yada. Right there. Niter. Come on, really? Kill me game. Thanks for this. Pick it up. That and prosperity shards. Niter in there. Play. Inferium's going to be a special case. I want that one in its own dedicated storage box. The reason for that is we're going to A, have so much of it that it doesn't make sense while it's backlogging, but B, we need to be able to explicitly hook up that and only that to a pipe next to it. So that is going to come... goes. Also goes without saying, lock. Do pull anything for processing, it will not immediately breaking this entire system. I'm using the drawers as a really cheap filter. Kind of the goal. The rest of the ore types, I don't really care where they end up. They're all low enough priority and everything that I don't really care what order they get banked out in. slightly. Or these are all the ones I have to type out individually, or in some manner or another. These are all ones that may or may not be in that stance. Palladium is the only rare ore that can come out of gravel. Everything else is going to be coming out of endstone or netherrack, soul sandish stuff. So I'm okay with that. That will stack up all of that stuff. We need a slew of upgrades to do this. And also we need to grab what's up top and bring that down. The advantage of I'll be able to just click on the drawer. Yep. So, for now. And also I do need to expand it to include netherrack and sorting as well. Get all of the proceeds of things that I get out of sieving taken care of, because this eventually needs to be expanded to probably in the back wall of this chunk here. Include those systems for sieving eventually. Medium ore, these are all nether finds. Alright. Live in storage. Oh yeah, plenty of storage. It'd be worse if I'd start off with just that paltry 1K and 4K. At this point, I'd be sweating. Service quartz is... Take samples of everything else I need to worry about here. Everything that's not working in that regards. Where is that goes? That we don't need. Put them in the compacting drawers eventually. Butter, glowstone. Quartz. But you for nether. Okay, so some more sifting and sorting to do. Salt. Quartz, Curtis quartz, looks dust, stone, powder, actually, out. Don't want flint living on its own. Because this we actually want to have piped in such a way that we can use it in the pulverizers. So we'll be able to pull that out individually that way without having to worry about filtering out item conduits. What this is going to entail. We'll have a thing back there. We'll have a thing here. For the Ethereum processing. Part. And that is our metals processing there. Everything else can just be wherever I can find a spot for it. We'll eventually find a home anyways. Because like I said, we're going to have more products coming in here from other forms of sieving. That is really empty. And the nice thing is we can actually see top level what we've got in the system right now. Skystone's going to be a problem. That isn't really... You have to take skystone dust and put that in a barrel of lava in order to get skystone solid blocks. And even then, once you have them, they're not really necessarily going to be worth anything. So going directly into the pulverizer at this point is really not going to help me a lot. Kind of silly to even think about doing anything with that. They don't work that way. But yeah, I feel like it's a level of Zelda. A little original. What we need is a manner of auto-assembling it. Now, I could do a crafting system with refined storage, and the problem I have with that is it then means having to pipe up that entire drawer controller setup over into this rig, which technically we need to do anyways for some of the materials on it, not all of them. Do I want to do it, or do I just want to The funny thing is, eventually that whole wall realistically needs to change. It's not going to be 4x4 storage. I need compacting drawers for a lot of it. What I want to do is not use that, but use plain old standalone RF Tools Utility Crafter. Because God knows these things are nice and cheap to make. Aside from needing blue dye. Why, wherever will I get that? Are you actually out of music? Darn you. Running out of music on me like that. How dare you? One crafter. You have the blue dye back. And we're going to need a tier 2 version of it. Just get more of those to do that. Oh, right, because I haven't built the first one. Sure. Really? Redstone? Alright. More torches. Okay, tier 2 crafter is going to be for our higher priority stuff, which we've done down here. Put that... I'm trying to plan ahead so I don't have to rip all this up in the end. I don't know if that's really going to be possible. First things first, let's actually finish off this one. Chunk edge on that, so one final line. Just enough. I switched to compacting drawers for anything here that can be compacted, which is a good chunk of this column. Instead of it being 4 in one block, it's going to be 4 more, so that'll be 16 more blocks. 1, 2, 3, 4. Leave some overflow space. So yeah, really it'd just be better if I just crafters here. They're going to require power to get down here, but it's the cost of doing business. Speaking of which, I happen to have or do I want to be focusing on flux power? This flux power would make this so much easier, but it is a complex bit of... Yeah, not without a greater supply of Eyes of Ender. Never mind. I could do all of this power wirelessly and pull it off a lot better, but... Can't be that picky. We're going to get power into there, and what we're going to do... I went with the tier 2 because a tier 1 only gives you 2 recipes, and obviously I need 2. We're going to set this up to fast mode, ignore redstone, and one of each of those. 2, 3, 4. Select a slot first. Then that. Apply, and the next recipe, silver, apply. These are all going to be pulling from the internal inventory and going direct to the external. And I don't really care what priority I've actually... I'm not going to do anything fancy like reserving spaces for this stuff. It's only ever going to have 4 ore types feeding into it, so if it can't chew through 4 ore types that quickly, then so be it. But now that that has power, we just have to get items to it. Such a way that we're not going to cause chaos in the storage system. That's why I don't have these set to extract yet. They would try to insert into everything I'm trying to hook up here. That down, and yeah, this will still work. Pulverizer will pull from the left, output to the right. Auto, and some more storage. Time. You know, I've got this drawer full of stuff back here I haven't been throwing into the system. Well, this is old. Store here. Silver. Copper. I'm going to put iron in. In fact, this is really how I should have. Stop you. Not until I'm done setting up. What's in the top left slot on a 2x2 grid is going to go in first. We want iron prioritized. Gold is going to be the next. And it doesn't really matter for copper and silver. We'll just get those whenever. And we're going to lock that cabinet. So everything is going to be pulled out of here, thrown into explicitly this cabinet. That's going to come over. This is going to pick it up automatically. Start processing. Can't. Power this way. I have 3 pulverizers over here, each assigned to handle just 4 materials. They will then export into... Well, nominally, they would export into... The way I've done it before is they would go directly into a 2x2 to stay lined up with this. Because the trick is I can't just tell it, throw everything directly into a furnace because we're getting gravel out of it. We're going to have to tell the system what to do with the gravel that we're getting back. Which is annoying because we're in a really annoying spot. The reason why I'm doing the pipes on the back of the drawers and not to the controllers because I want to explicitly pull out what is in this line. I need to keep this line sorted out so it's only pulling these items. We're not actually interested in trying to run any of this stuff through a grinder. Well, technically this can go through as well, but we don't want that to go through the assembler. If I just grab off the controller here, it's going to drain this entire system out. We don't want that. We definitely don't even need that. It's undesirable for the most part. This, droppers. Yes, good. Item. If I can pipes. For those wondering, it's 7:30 my time, and we still have not heard anything about tonight's episode of Vanguard. So, yeah, we'll see. Down to there. We'll start pulling in and assembling. Extract, so we get this stuff coming out of here, going into here, coming into here. Perfect. This to stage this drawer. Gold. There. This is how we're going to force the system to not let gravel into furnace. And I'm sure there's more efficient ways of doing this, and potentially even using stuff with filters on it to do the work. But I could do this with whatchamacallit. Mechanism, I think, borrowed the old routing system from Red Power 2 / Project Red. And as such, there is a... it's called. I'll recognize it when I see it. Because you can actually paint items that pass through the pipes a certain color to tell it which destination to go to, because you then paint the pipe with a certain color. It's a lot harder to work with because it doesn't really work well in tight spaces, and I haven't quite figured out how to get the mechanism pipes to not connect to each other either. So in the end, it makes it really difficult to properly handle it. Yeah, it's logistical sorter. But to do that, would need to get into the metallurgical diffuser and down the path of mechanism. And well, this is just basic resource assembly. We don't need something that complex. You can see our redstone dust is filtering in. We're somehow... Here's where it also gets even trickier. Because we've got some things that have alternative outputs to them. Like the silver is giving me lead dust. So you've got to plan ahead for that sort of thing, which is why at this point we're cross-wiring all 3 systems together along with the export for gravel to come out of the system. along with you can also get appetite, cinnabar, and sulfur out of it. So I need basically a return path for that to come back over here, annoyingly enough, which is why another spot on this controller is going to get used up. And also, I could probably, given that I'm getting resource processing up and going, I'll probably have it temporarily just stack up in here until I get a jetpack up and going. Because boy, do I need a jetpack. What am I missing? I feel like I'm missing something. Aside from 3 more pulverizers and a tier 4 assembler, because everything for this. Also, don't trust your. By the way, don't trust your one probe overview on this, because even though it looks like there's a piece of ore chunk ready to pick up, it's picking up on this pattern grid, and actually shows it, which is kind of annoying. Even if you don't have it selected in the list, it still has it. You are, however, not. Why are you picking? Oh, crap. Yeah, because I forgot about that, didn't I? Hold up. We got another layer of this puzzle. Namely, that layer. Everyone back in the queue. Why aren't you sorting? Oh. Back. Also, don't forget to lock your stupid storage. They don't do that. Aluminum. Platinum up there. In. Bed. Wondering how that was all getting stacked up. Yeah, there. There's probably a better way to optimize this than the way I've been doing it, but it's like I said, it always pulls from the top left side, so it's going to prioritize aluminum a bit once it gets in. That. Got the rest of it. Sure. Empty out the inventory. You can see this is getting backed up a bit already because we don't have this pulverizer either. All right. We're getting there. It's chaotic, but we're getting there. Hey, a torch totem. Need is some more storage drawers. Also probably help if I had a sawmill up and running too, because then I could actually do things like do boxes to move things around a bit easier. And just give me whatever you've got. Got lead. Is there that drawer? That will now ensure any lead can come out of the system. Gravel will stay put. It's fine. Things spawning on top of other things. Not so fine. It's dealt with now. Time being, let's just go with... Yeah, this is all modded Skyblock, so everything you see here is not vanilla. Not in the slightest. Well, I mean, the enchanting tables, but even that's been not exactly vanilla. Spot. Gravel to go for now. Fine. Stick it up top because we can run a pipe out the front of that just as well. And yeah, I could just... Here's the other thing. And referring back to the idea of the storage controller earlier. I could absolutely put a storage controller in here, but all it would save me is one pipe. So I still don't mind the idea of having some explicitly routed pipes here and there. Like right here, there's going to be the corner, that with the second sorter. This is going to have another one. And it also bears to keep in mind that a lot of this stuff is going to go into compacting drawers and not actually need to be part of this setup here. Let's need tier 3 crafter. It's going to be a lot of stuff. A lot of metal that we don't have. Side, not a problem. There should be a fair amount. We're getting there. We'll have this fully automated soon enough. Just not soon enough, that's all. Yeah, drawers are a really neat mod. I'm not even using them for everything I could use them for, because I could also be turning on the ability to see the quantity labels on everything. But I need a blasted feather. And in order to get this little lovely lawn that I've got up going here into a breedable, spawnable area, you have to get water worked into here and pop the bait down and then spend forever trying to curate the millions of dogs that are going to try to spawn in and constantly kill the sheep that show up. It's good. Alright, crafter 1. Machine frame. One, two. I'm missing a redstone torch. Really? Alright, alright. And yeah, even though this is eating up power to actually do this, it's kind of the best way I found to do it. So this sucker's got 8 recipes that we have for crafting, which is precisely the amount that we have left. I could do a 4, but I kind of like the idea of doing a split on a 4 and on a 4 and the 8 because this stuff is my lifeblood. I can't wait for copper and silver. I can't wait for, but copper and iron, or copper and iron, gold and iron are 2 pretty high output ores. I can't have the system back here getting backed up because, oh well, it just so happens that this particular other ore came in with a million different pieces, and it's been waiting patiently for its turn to process, and now it's decided to take over everything. That's no fun, right? Then slot. Done with that one. Slot. Tin. And we're actually going to be using crafters when it comes to doing automating the inferium essence processing as well. Got a little ways before we have that as an option. Not from the standpoint of not being able to craft a crafter, but for the purposes of being able to actually have a master infusion crystal. So I don't basically having to keep replacing the inferior crystals that we use by default. That's that, and you go from here. Let's turn off, just so I'm not trying to export anything into it. Pass by this. Don't want that connected. That's the gravel output. Let's our feed into this machine. Want corners on that. I'm gonna pull out from that into the corner slot here. Once this is done, let's unleash the let's fed some things. Nope, and should pull it off quickly. All right, here it goes. Go, already processing away. Like I said, it picks the top slot first. Now, downside to doing a tier 3 with this is they don't expand the output area any. So we're getting aluminum and tin out of this, and we don't really necessarily want either or, but such is as it is. Putting tin into there, lock it for now. And that aluminum is on the top side. Here. So we've got tin, which is going to go in the next one down. No, what are you doing? That's not what... I locked you, and then you just said, no, to heck with it, you're not good. Anyways. Yep, second one can be... Lock it, please, like I did. I know I saw that lock emblem before I destroyed the crate. There. Start offloading that. We got zinc, osmium, lead, and platinum. I can't tell where anything is over here. Platinum, zinc, osmium. Platinum, zinc. Copper. Doesn't really matter what order I get these in technically, but it's kind of helpful for the purposes of the sorting. Wish I could get this detailed window without having to click it with an empty right hand. Lead first, and uranium, and bada bing, bada boom. That should now empty itself out just fine. All of these guys are doing what they need to do. They're going to start stacking up. We've got until 512 on all of these before we run into problems. But over here you can see we're already up back around to the iron ore chunks, which is nice. And same thing here. If anything, this is going to fill up first, unfortunately, before that does. What do? Quicker than that. Dust. Leave them on. Bottom. Keep an eye on this just to see if we get anything else that comes to the stage in advance, but for the time being, it's pretty much going to be that. Gold will give me silver, which we've already got in that same particular setup, so good there. And in the meantime, I've got some more iron ore here to process. Time for you to move into position, my friend. Input. Put on, put on. furnace on, armed, and auto processing. I'm trying to debate about what to do with the compacting drawers for metal. Because normally I would just pipe everything into a single drawer controller, which we can still do. Or I could get cheeky and I could just have it pumped directly into a drawer controller, but only have one on any sort of block of drawers. But they do have slave controllers that basically just give you another place to tap into the drawer controller setup. So we could build some of these instead, or not the drawer, the drawer controller slaves. We could craft 2 of these and have them next to the furnace as well. I don't know if there's a limit to just one, or if you can have multiple slaves in the system or not. Either way, at this point, we need 2 more pulverizers and 2 more furnaces. Also, this needs to be wired for power. At this point, I'm pretty sure we are almost certainly taxing the system upstairs for power with this running full bore. Maybe not. Oh, right, we turned it off. Never mind. We got plenty of power then. Especially if them not a fully upgraded machines. So we got expansion room for the controllers for these. Go into compacting drawers. And these. I could just run. So the problem is I need the drawer controller to be up so refined storage can get to it. We're gonna have a storage bus that'll let us tie the ingots in directly. And the compacting drawer means it will also tie in the ingots, the full blocks, and the nuggets. Spare control. There. Right, all right. I'll build you some redstone torches. Here. Man, tell me I'm not. I need to get the mass, I need to get storage, also pointing to that thing as well. 18. That will do more than enough. Color that. 2. That. Controller. Probably put it up top because I can run stuff along the ceiling of the room with clearance better than I can under the floor right now without a jetpack. So you can accept the most reliable connection you can get to a drawer controller for refined energy, refined storage. It has to be done from below. So I need a hole here, that there for storage. This will eventually collect all 3 furnaces. And there. I need to use the nugget to force this first. Rest can go in, and automatically output into those 2. That'll help stop this part of the system from up. The amusing thing is I don't really understand why you need to have the import function on the pipe turned on, but I'm already forcing output. It should just work. Oh, I know what's going on. It's not a mob. This guy's managed to show up. And is going to proceed to annoy the ever-loving F out of me by trampling every single one of my crops if I don't do this. So, get out of here. I don't have anything to give you unless you've got something really good. A saddle. Yeah, saddle. Let's see what we can use a saddle on here. An Ender Orb Translocator. Or piggyback. Actually, we do kind of need that if I can get the pig on it. Probably only have 2. We don't need slime balls. We got plenty of those. The mystery wood sapling would be kind of neat. Buckets of fish and everything, not really necessary. I'm surprised he actually managed to find a spot to spawn. This will be worth a few emeralds. Then eventually he'll manage to, good stuff he usually has 2 of anyways. Saplings, and I think that's, well, I probably could have gotten that cheaper through the seed guy, but we don't have the seed guy out right now. Now the problem is you're just going to sit here, keep making noise. Llamas are going to proceed to manage to trample it. No. Come on. Back to the edge. Alright, fine. No! Okay. Dang it. I really... I don't have a proper weapon for this. Or armor. Get out of my storage area. Well, I guess it's one way to get some leather. Also, should have the, I'm willing to bet you also dropped your leads. Did lose that cable because I took it out before catching that hole down there, but I think that was worth it. Come on, heal up. Well, that was some excitement there for a little bit. Gee, he could have spawned over here, probably. Feeling like that's how he got in here. Ooh. Look at all that dirt. Sand, clay, and... Ooh, that's gonna take a little while to go through. All that gravel. It's the only downside to the sifter is, boy, do you wind up with a lot of it. Tell you what. Let the system run here for a little bit off of you down to... You don't have to worry about doing anything with stone. Like that. Oh, the wandering. It's always great when they decide to show up. Furnaces, pulverizers, packed storage. Oh, there's my cable. Wait, it survived. All right. Let's work on... Actually, let's work on getting... Let's work on getting another axe first. Let's be honest here. We're about to cut through that one. Basically, we don't want to be up on the surface here. Unless we're doing something like growing, harvesting. Not really much of a point to it. Also, 28,479 netherrack. Yeah, I think we're doing pretty good there. That made it a lot easier to push the stupid wandering trader off the edge. Let's see. Our gets over here. Gets and gets skystone dust and coal. Here. Sulfur. That chunk. That chunk. This is also reminding me of what I need to get into this system as far as exotic sorts go. Yeah. Hold up on that. That, or am I better off emptying something out so I can use it or compact it? A little of A and a little of B. Be telling me no, we're not out of stone. We have plenty of stone. It is in my own inventory. And now you want to say you're... Okay, I get it. You're out of everything. It's like a badly behaved vending machine. Alright, it's twofold. This is just empty back. Quick reset on this. Really? No, you managed to get one in stock in that 2 seconds. Too keen on that pickaxe. Doing that. Can't fit anything in here, so that's not a problem. Alright. That will take over because it's short term going to hold out because it can hold more in the compact drawer, especially from the standpoint of being a large block. That should not be a problem. Compacting drawer we need is... let's say gold. Copper. This one. You into packing drawer for it's the next big one that's gonna hit. Sulfur, it looks like. Eventually, my hope is I'll get enough holes in this, we'll be able to simplify this down a little bit, or at least work in some of these things. Like now I can come back and say, okay, actually, no, rose quartz presses. Skystone dust doesn't compress. All you can do with it is just make proper skystone, and the it's got the lazier A2 mod, which is kind of like the OP endgame variation of applied energistics, or adds to it. So you've got ridiculously high storage and everything. This one's definitely going to overflow soon. Does anyone here have a... let's put that on that one there, and we'll add Skystones to it. That kind of seems to be the leading problem maker there. Crafting grid. Yeah, and also, sorry, reacting a little late to that one, Torch. The, I mean, at that point, you're better off just having 7 large reactors, because the output of 24 small, 27 small equals 1 large reactor. So, yeah. Kind of almost better off throwing in the full-on the other large reactor, and then that way you've got that little extra power boost to work with. Shards we have over here. Later we have that one too. Right. Niter up there. That. Granted, the prosperity shard is about to overflow down here too, but well. Only so much I can correct at once. Quartz. Prosperity shards are... There honestly really isn't much point to doing this, but you do get some rather interesting looking block textures when you have some of these larger blocks, so that's really the only reason I kind of do it. Cobble, flint is okay. Inferium's getting up there. The large should have 2048 capacity on them. So for the short term, we're fine there. Good here. The thing we're missing is an output for silver dust when it gets to there. This for the silver, so we've got output there insured. Sure. Lock. Because otherwise, when the refining or the crafting system takes turn, it happens to be the last one there. Things are going to get unhappy pretty quickly. That's all the output that we can get out of the lower run here taking care of. That is, however, this is now where things get tricky. Cinnabar. So you route back into the main. Light. And start. What we'll do is we'll run item pipes back over into that section. That should take care of it. Aside from the fact that I'll try to run it next to an active storage system. Fortunately, it's largely empty. That should now be empty, and we can put gravel up there, so that way that's treated, and it'll be a lot easier to pull this back over here into the system, honestly. We could run a conduit up through here, down that general direction. I can stage some of this in advance too to help me out. Next big one, especially since we're going to need that for Ingvar. drawer upgrades would also not go amiss. Get some pretty good stuff out of it too. Got Ethereum, we'll have processing for that. You're upgraded. Flint, I'm not going to worry about just yet. That. The old versions of this mod used to also put a green border around things when you did these upgrades, and I kind of missed that, honestly. Made it very easy to know what you've managed to upgrade. The worst of that is protected from filling up anytime soon. It's just going to be the overflow that'll be the problem. Ventium dust, you can go there. Powder. So much flint. There's one other change I need to do. And flip it, and I want the back set up for import. This is going to be where we're going to get flint into the system to boost our refining. Once I've got the item pipes. But we'll just have it automatically pipe out of there and feed into here to take care of that. No problem. In the interim, please take all the flint I've got. It'll probably come close to stuffing you full, but I can breathe easier now. Inventory! Inventory! That's in. I'm on iron right now. We'll hold for now. Let's get the flint feed going, because we are only going to just keep adding to it. This is where things get fun. Door Fortress levels. Nothing's coming through here right now. Let's just run parallel and get it done with. I could do something like take this out of... Well, I can't take this out of the drawer controller stack here, because then it won't route properly, but I could run another line up through there, and there's all sorts of other ways I can handle this. But time being, this will suffice. Because the problem is the filters on pipes are set at the pulling area. They're not set at the destination area, unfortunately. There we go. Filling up with flint as a secondary enhancer, aka getting rid of it. Now I can worry about some other things. Here's frames. Gold. Missing gold? Oh, no. Look again. You must be mistaken. There must be more out back! Ever worked service retail, you know. Should be unconfigured by default. Flip. And the reason why I have to do this is this front face can't do anything for pipe output or input, but it can take power through that direction. So doing that opens up the back side for me to be able to address. I want the right side to be export, out. Oh, that's definitely the right side. Would you like to take a guess which side that is? That's put out, put automatic, put on, rear to pull in, rear to pull in gravel. Hello. Okay, it's just taking the top one first because it's even. Yeah, let's. No. I really wish you could change to the destination selection without having to use upgrades. To the Sky is better than Sky Factory. I don't know, Duart, if I'd say it's better or worse. I mean, there are some commonalities between them. I've played Sky Factory 4, and like to Sky Factory 4, I actually prefer the bonsai setup that they've got there. The bonsai setup for trees, you know, the fact that it's a little more convoluted to do the tree resources in Sky Factory, whereas over here it's not really so much that convoluted. It's the old Ex Nihilo, but just slightly different ways of going about it. So they've both got their strengths and their weaknesses. I don't really think one is better than the other, honestly. At any rate, you should also not be automatically supporting destination yet. Sorry, forgot about that. Let's see, aluminum. Come on. Give me an empty hand. Aluminum, platinum, zinc. Aluminum. Get until you're done. So I need to configure these to full. So that built-in is top left. Oh. Start chewing through the backlog we've got here. Oh, really? Aluminum too. This is why I didn't bother doing any sort of setup to that. The pipe will just drop it anywhere in there and it'll still manage to grab it. We don't really need to look into here to see that it's actually working or not. No, it's kind of wonky because again, it's got... You've got a recipe for platinum. You've got platinum waiting there. Well, you think you do, but no, you don't. Furnaces. 2 of those. A whole bunch of compact drawers. Oh. Yeah, furnaces, huh? Oh, Mr. Furnace, while you're not doing anything. Help me out. I kind of need to make more of you, and I need that to do it. And we're going to need more copper gears. Ooh, where are you? Still no word on Vanguard tonight, so I don't know what the deal is any more than you guys do at this point. Whether it's on or not. Just doing a quick check here. Ooh, anyone out there? Okay. Sorry, just wanted to make sure that I knew what was going on there, potentially. So I'm waiting for hearing back on that. Furnace should have had time to process a few things. Okay, yeah, I forgot the redstone transmission coils. Whatever. Doing okay on power if we're managing to run this entire room off the same first. The same magmatic generators. That's a good sign. Left. Other world I had, I wound up doing all of this with pipes in between. I wasn't using the automatic pulling, and boy, was that kind of a mistake. That really did slow things down quite a bit. Granted, I don't have half the stuff to go at the moment, but we're working on it. We're getting there. We're getting there. Distance, huh? That should make us happier. Huh. Need another sacrificial set of drawers. Coming out of the top. Yep. Got you. You have. So, I already have lead as it stands, so that one's good. Just has nowhere to go right now. really don't want to root the spruce ones. Drawer. Or that. Those were in a drawer just to get them out of my inventory. Now that we're slowly making that not a thing. Use a launcher to play these mods. If so, what launcher? I'm using Multi-MC. It's not exactly... I will put it this way. It's nice to see Multi-MC finally get official support for being able to bring in mod packs from various launchers. However, I would rate the functionality still in early access effectively, because it does take a little... There's some disadvantages to it. Mainly, you can't tell once you've installed it what version of pack you have installed. So if your pack updates, you're kind of out in the cold as to what's going on. And that can prove problematic, especially when you've got a pack that is updated and you have no idea that it's updated. Let's iron. This one doesn't have a drawer controller on it, so I don't have a nice one-stop spot to go to click on things. There. Even the inventory spread to the chest is starting to finally get in shape. And look at that, we're already down 200 on the flint just by running this system alone. Largely because it's 128, 192. Just literally went into there, and it's not burning down at any real priority, but I'll take it where I can get it. You have enough, good sir. No, nothing. You don't even have any spruce wood, apparently. What? There's 2 planks left in the priority production, please. I need a sawmill, because I can't keep going up and chopping down trees every 5 seconds. No, we need to get more out of this. You give me 1 sawmill right now. And we'll call it even. Not. Increased output. Huzzah. That on. Why am I not seeing the compressed drawer? Which way did it drawer, George? Which way did it drawer? There. The nice thing about having the large blocks available is also makes it a lot easier to see that, hey, yeah, I've already done aluminum on that. Why am I bothering with that? Take the aluminum in. Not taking it. There you go. Block. I might need to... Not might. I'm thinking about wrapping this around the corner. Oh, you son. Thanks, Quark. That was not helpful for once. That was more like Space Engineer's block placement there. I'm thinking about taking all of the secondary ores that I can generate and using drawer trim to wrap it around the corner. Just because it would be nice to have signalum and everything else present in a way that I can get to the various forms of it. Port locked. Alright, so now we've made it a lot easier to get to any kind of ore that we're looking for. As soon as we get these sorted out. Ore, bottom left. This is going to be the last hole. Yeah. Easy peasy. Not a problem. We can probably even think about turning this up. So we burned through all of that. Gravel's the last thing. Question. Exporting the place you have to send it out. Oh, right. I forgot here. Derp. Yeah. Feed that in. Let's see how the system puts up with having proper power and processing running through that. Draining, drained, drained, and not drained. I would say at this point what we need is some more upgrades. Components. Take what we've got and improve it rather than throw more time and effort at things. But if we're going to do that, it would make sense at this point, instead of making more and more fire charges, which we don't have any anyways, let's do a induction smelter. That we're gonna need sand. We're gonna need Ingvar gear, which we don't have any more Ingvar, which we need. Right, I need to pull over gunpowder for now. Actually, I keep it on induction. Get easily through that. Oh. Ingvar, fire charge. Apparently I've got a little too much blaze powder in here. Got that stored elsewhere, might as well. coal is that's something we need. The block of coal. Here. Last ones. Oh, come on. Really? All right. Stone. Nope, that one. Thank you. Not the massively expensive ultimate induction provider. No, we're not worrying about that. This is why it's nice to have the system linked up. Eventually, we'll get to that point where I won't have to make that little trek to do that. Free Ingvar. And that'll do. Just have to be somewhere I can actually use it from. So now I can make the good fancy stuff. Electron. That should be 1-for-1 copper or silver and alright. Don't think I can do it in block form though. Annoying as that is. I could do it if I had the melter going, basically, but not for the individual blocks. It's fine. Do a stack. Let that chew on that. I do have the enchanting table. There is another thing I could potentially try to do with it. I could try to start to get into Britannia a little bit. Because you can do these mana pylons, and they effectively count as +8. So really, this is counting like 8 bookshelves right now. So this is one thing we could do to really get the enchanting off the ground right away. Other thing we could do. This enchanter. This is going to require power and XP, which we need to get from. Oh, that's what we need to do. I know what I need to do now. Tank. We need to collect that XP that's out there at the farm. Among other things, because we're also going to have to get the other mob process going. And that's going to require liquids of their own. Power we don't need at the moment. Liquid, absolutely. And preferably, let's get rid of any phantoms that might be circling overhead. Another bright, cheery day outside, and which I can put these back down, get them out of my inventory too. Oh, our poor little mob farm. Let's do something. Down. Ooh, that's got one heck of a good reservoir inside of it. In fact, that almost looks like it's going to fill the tank. No, half full. Stop at 16. Yeah. That's not bad. Just saying. And items are already flowing out that direction. What do we have? We've got Ethereum Essence. Grab all of that. Bone and the gunpowder we can use. The string we can use. Intium we can store. Bone ash I know I can use for something, but for the life of me I can't remember what just yet. Oh, there's brown mushrooms up there. That's the other reason for starting a mob farm is if you don't get off of the farms, sieving dirt and everything, if you don't get your mushrooms out of that, you can potentially get them out of your mob farm. Alum is a special kind of flower that we could plant to make some use of. It's food. Steel sword, no. Desert Nova is another special flower. Which more are we holding back? Actually got both mushroom types. They've also got it set up that you can't farm. You can't just do mushroom replication, put the mushrooms in a dark room and let them replicate themselves. They don't do that in this pack. That is off. Okay, let's get rid of white concrete. Every time I walk around, I feel like I'm going to step off into a cloud at the edge. Especially in this biome where it's cyan. Oh, talk about shooting yourself in the foot. Oh, there's a potato, actually. Yeah, everything I have here kind of needs to go back in now. It's the cloud mob farm. How much inferior are we sitting on? 624. Make a fair bit of use of that. Saddles can go in there. Clay can go in there. Actually, that's a good point. I want to... I could take the output from the whatchamacallit over here, the strainer base, and punch that into the system as well. Set it up so this, instead of being a chest, would be static storage for the gravel, so it would feed into here potentially. Do that we're gonna need. In fact, that's where this goes. Literally just pipe it directly in. Door's locked. I'll just keep feeding. Which means I then have to... Of course that's going to be in the way. Nothing from there can back flush into here. This is all protected storage. Should be less. Yeah. There's nothing that anything from the strainer can backfill into here. So this is a good setup. Just run this whole line together. Yeah, you're almost done. Iron? No, 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 no. We're not allowed to be out of iron. We have plenty of iron. Okay, we have next to no iron. The downside of not running that system religiously for processing is over here. This. Drop down. There. That's on an export. Should see some gravel filtering through. Maybe? Question mark. Because you're probably stuck on dirt. Ah, crap. Get over here. Up, down. Sand is another thing I could sort in manually. We're doing this to... Yeah, sand is supposed to be coming. Could drop it down underneath and across the floor on top. But just like before, it has to be absolutely something we know for certain. Oh, already throws dirt. Yes. That's the only thing doing this. That's... That's feeding the sand. That just leaves stick the nuggets, which bypass potentially. I wish there was a way when you're placing the pipe to say just don't connect by default. That should take care of the nuggets because they'll filter directly into the metal storage. They'll filter directly into the metal storage. Making a liar out of me, game. Oh, right, they can't because they can't reach it just yet because you're in the way. That should take care of it. Looked like the clay went down. Why did the clay go down? No way for you to back. Can't feed into this. Nothing connecting. You can cross feed over to that, but I'm not as worried about that. What I'd like to do is use a compacting drawer for the clay. You can't feed into any of those. See, that needs to be locked. No, we can't. Hang on. stone to gravel. That's why this is wrong connection. That there we go. Because this is the dust side. Or this is the sand side of it, and the sand could also go to here, but this will work out better because anything coming from the strainer will go into here, and then anything trying to come from here, if that's full, will just fall over to there. So that should work. Just leave sticks and clay, which I'm okay with leaving in the strainer for now. It's time to get this wired up. Not the logic cable, the not thing. Bundled anchor. Cable. And we also need a storage bus, an external storage connector. Okay, so 2 chests, not 2 reinforced chests. Come on, game. That's not funny. There we go. That also wakes up the quest in tech. Not tech. Storage. So short of the crafting grid, which it's annoying that they don't let me have that, even though I've literally got one right here. And now we have to deal with our next annoyance. I've got to go bottom for that, and I don't think I can cork it. No, it's funny. In the old days, this would have been a problem. Nowadays, to heck with it. Oh, best thing they ever added to Minecraft. The crawling slash swimming whatnot mechanic. Alright, let's get this bad boy wired up. That direction, but we've got something anyways. There. And now, do myself a favor and see what we've got for compressed blocks. Make sure I've got everything out of here that doesn't need to be in here, because it'll be impossible to find it later and know that it's in there. I did pull in quite a few ingots of things. Alright. Otherwise, I'm going to wind up with things stuck in 2 different spots, and you don't want that. Because then, as far as the game is concerned, it'll eventually get confused. So I do want to have separate bits for that, so when you trimmed, carry that around the corner, more compacting drawers. And now, I can see all of it, even the blocks. The power, the power. storage. Still need construction for stone. This one. This one's a bit tricky. But I got a spare block there. Any cobble I can borrow. A cup of cobble. Must you do that to my inventory? Come on. Out, out, out. Stop dumping in there. It's not a dumping ground. It's my inventory, man. Steel trapdoor. You can technically put that anywhere, but I've read that for the best results, it needs to be on the bottom, because then it will properly insert and pull everything from the inventory. I need to grab prosperity, sulfur, and arcane crystals. Get them out of here. Again, I don't want that stuff showing up over here. I've got that in place. You can... You're going to have an even more convoluted path, I suspect. Especially because technically you're going up through the wall. Or... Oh, that is bizarre lighting glitch there on those. Or tried above it and it doesn't really look like the backside's lit at all. Over, that stays. Go. Now the storage system has access to everything that's tucked over on the side, so I should be able to see gunpowder, 266. 266. Beautiful. Also realizing I do the same for all the non-compressed block variants. That'll take a little bit to do off camera. And the other thing I'm going to have to left over to do is get the rest of the compacted drawers for the things over here that we can compress along that column. And having those two set up should make things work a lot better. I don't think there's anything... Potentially the bone meal. We've got some diamonds stored in there and some emeralds. Some flint. Yeah, bits and bobs, really. Tell you what, dump chest time. What do you have that we can move? But see how I'm being presented with copper block, copper ingot, and copper nugget. As far as this crafting grid is concerned and the A2 crafting grid, they are all simultaneously existing, so no recipes need to convert. Very handy stuff. Clay. No, the clay needs to go in the compacted. Yeah, yank that out. That needs to go. Quartz has got storage. You've got storage. into storage. String doesn't. Eventually, once I hook the mob farm up, but torches, and I think it's pretty much all set. We can count that good for reconnecting it back to the system. Okay. So now, for instance, if I want to take all that inferium that's been building up, yeah, I can spell right. Yeah, it's inferium. Oh, that's so much better. Let's look for essence, because we've got some leftover of that. Straight up to red, and I think, if I remember, that's the problem with the infusion crystal, is you burn through it as you use it. That's a half durability, and there's no... It needs the inventory line to let you know how much use is left, like it does on any other piece of equipment in Minecraft. It would be kind of nice, you know, just saying. Need is that. Prosperity shard, premium gemstone. So I've got half of what I need to get the unlimited version of this crystal unlocking. Good news. Store that there. Maybe not storing quartz over here. In the beginning, if we sieve much more quartz in. Over there. Clay's gonna go in a storage thing. We can safely say these guys. The advantage to this is we're going to have, well, it's giving you compressed clay by 1, but that's not really going to be used for anything. Now I have clay blocks and regular clay blocks. And it also means that the system back here can drain itself properly now. That, and why is flint or gravel not going? Oh. There you go. Now you can. That's probably been building everywhere throughout the whole system, I bet. Okay. You can see the furnaces are keeping up with the output from this side. Not that it's been great. Well, aside from... want to feed in. They're kind of set up right. Yeah, because that's the output. So blue on the opposite side. Oh, there we go. Auto input disabled. That'll fix it. I think I did that because I was working on this part of the system. Didn't want to... Or working on this furnace. I didn't want to feed anything in. So that'll catch back up soon enough. Don't take too much. We caught it early enough. You are good. You are set. So all things considered, you can do it. The annoying thing is I've got to get to a specific area to enable this, or just break it. You have to look down on the end that you broke connectivity from to reestablish it. All right. Running away, and with nice thing is with this taking most of that, we shouldn't have any problems aside from sticks building up in this thing, which I'm not willing to pipe that into storage just yet. Someday. Everything is nice, happy, automated, quasi-happy, more connected drawers, compacting drawers. We'll get that in there. Let's next, probably the source gem or cinnabar. No, that one's coming frequently. Yeah, all I just basically have to do is keep doing that for the rest of the system. We'll be good. This side's doing good. I do need to get some drawer trim if I can. And then that way I can continue things around the corner. Spruce wood again. Look up that sawmill to dump into the inventory here. Have the rest. Oh crap, I forgot to, before I pulled that in, I forgot to yank out the cinnabar that was in the system. No worries. Take it out. Block a cinnabar. Set. Put back in service. That's good. Okay, so just to give you guys an update on the Vanguard side of things, there will not be a Vanguard tonight. Unfortunately, the problems that Waste has been having with the save, and particularly the asteroids in particular, basically it's working, but it's doing the asteroids very randomly. So unfortunately, we're going to need some more time to figure out what is going on with this specific save and, well, specific setup. Anyways, it's going to work on that, and we're going to plan to try to do Vanguard on Wednesday. And if it doesn't happen Wednesday, then I think it's probably safe to say that it won't be happening until the until next Saturday. Because actually, we might have some problems because Tex is going camping. So we'll see what happens. Basically. As usual, standard operating policy. So that's the update for Vanguard tonight. So there will fortunately not be a episode of that tonight. That two. I mean, that's good because it gives us more time to try to work with some of the modders to see if we can figure out why it is doing the things that it be doing. Also do some cleanup in here. Furnaces, who needs those? That's old school technology. That out of the way finally. Crunchty crunch. Everything is, well, doing what it can. I'm not giving it a great amount of input. Doing on. That'll eventually fill up. Means this will have to overflow to there, so what we need are things to fix that. And ready. Just take dirt basic, simple enchants. You can see that when I was one of the things I've got to deal with on this system is if you enchant one item too many times, it starts to you lose effectiveness on it as far as what you can get. That's why the first level enchants are gone. Don't really care about soulbound. Efficiency 1, efficiency 1. Soulbound doesn't really matter for that sort of thing. Let's get efficiency 1, efficiency 1. Slightly faster efficiency there. Because this is taking sand as backflow. It's not being fed enough. This is not doing the best. It's struggling. Yeah, that's better. I'd rather have this on the ragged edge of what this cobble gen can produce, because I can upgrade the cobble gen. That's not a problem. It's a lot harder to deal with the issue further down the system. In fact, now we can actually give you that to help with the thing there. So, yep, this is now charged up across the board, and I can tell power is my next headache. Because stuff is not pulling back any fresh power. But net result is we're going to be vastly increasing our throughput for resources now. We've got that much sitting around to play with. And one simple crafting terminal to bring everything together for this stuff. That is a major game changer. Yeah, Jackhammer Psalm, we had a little bit of problem with Vanguard. It's tied to two things. One is a planetary mod that Wasted was running, which doesn't apparently. It has something weird with it that causes multiplayer clients to not be able to connect. And mod author for that planet was made aware of it at the start of the month and released a fix for it, but it doesn't seem to have quite taken, or something weird is going on. It's the same problems that we're having now, even though they've been fixed. So we're not exactly sure what to do about that, aside from don't use the planet, which we tried that last night, but it also seemed to have corrupted the world saves somehow. And that's a bit more of a serious problem. You can't have Vanguard just suddenly poofing. At one point we literally lost over 2,000 objects in the world that were set up. That's a pretty big corruption problem. So we need to fix that, but there's also another mod that Wasted's using that does... Basically, it develops a planetary system for you in Space Engineers. So you get planets that are in a proper orbit, and you've got asteroid belts and everything, and unfortunately it sounds like some of the latest fixes he's trying is somehow managed to break asteroid belts in a way, so they aren't all showing up, or they're appearing in random places, which that alone is a problem for multiplayer and for streaming from the story perspective, because I could wind up seeing a asteroid belt somewhere and say something about it, and turns out that there's not actually one there. Feeding in from there, so that's actually do it. You here. That and our sawmill. Get out of there. Let me out, please. Pretty please. Yeah, that's just the problems you have when you try to do machinima and Space Engineers. It tries to do it. Plus, it's hard. There are some things you can really do with the system that are nice, but then other days it just smacks you in the face. Says put first there since it's there to plug the hole in my fancy cobble throne room. Put those there, and I could even link that back into the storage a bit easier from there. So, sawdust can go there. Carrots were good. Power. Come here. Things that I need to get into next time. Well, the good news is with this up and running, a lot of the problems I was having, like resource shortage, redstone, it's not going to be a problem. This just needs time to bring the count up, basically, and get the system up to saturation. It's getting there. That's 45 dust built up in there. There's no sand in there. There's nothing processing in there, though. Yeah, so we're at this point dependent on influx there. That's understandable. I'm okay with leaving this running in this mode. Like I said, sand is not that important to me anyways. I really need more of the dust coming out of here, so I'm happier to see this backing up a little bit rather than necessarily this. And that's because we've got furthest first on the distribution there. This can just take whatever scraps it gets out of the sifter system here, and I'll be happy with it. It's not going to be a lot, but it'll come through at a decent pace. Compacting drawers to get the last setup here done. The drawer trim was what I was going to work on to get around the side. That's pretty easy. It's just a case of bada boop. Complete. So I don't have leftovers. Now I can continue this along that direction. Maybe give it a secondary controller, just so that way it has another point I could tap into the cable here, because that should be able to interact with that. And it might wind up being closer than going all the way across the room here. We can use that to handle the various oddball ingots that we've got. And this go away. Just clean inventory. Nice clean processing room. I is a happy pharaoh. Hey, welcome. Help, my mouth is bleeding. Now, the downside is I gotta do something about that mob. Storage there is problematic. I think I've got a way I can start. Let's still have the old. Yep, you've got that path. And you've got that path. There's nothing tied to any of these rewards, which is why I'm happy to let them keep flying in the background. Diamond to... do I really want obsidian or the crystal? Crystal. Since I actually have it. I'm not expecting to see anything render within it, so... Obsidian chest would be the other end of that tier. But this stuff is no rewards, no rewards, no rewards. Just because I think having that much storage at the end of the mob farm probably a good thing. Means I could re-enable it and let it run for a bit longer. All the way over here. I think they need to calm down the item rotation rate a little bit here. That's getting a little wonky. Potato, the mushroom, and the other thing I'd like to do is, now that I've got access to it, set up the ingots so I can come down, get the redstone ingots ready to go, and have some control wire coming up here instead. instead of being completely reliant on going underneath the farm. That and, you know, maybe a better walk would be handy. Go, my happy-go-lucky farm. Spawn to your heart's content. Get over here for now. 19 slime blocks. Beautiful. Only thing I'm missing. Let's see, so next time, what do I want to work on? Next time, I need to turn my attention back towards working alternative sieves in endstone and netherrack for sure. Because there's resources I need to be getting from that. There's also all of the stuff that I've got going on up here that I have the room for now. I need to fence this off and make this a wildlife area if I can. Well, I should say if I can. Getting a piece of water down and then just getting another tree in there and getting some cows and what spawn in. But I need a mob entrapment thing for that, so that would mean next time is going to be sieving and stoning and netherrack. I should probably even do this on a sign so I remember what I'm going to do. Instead of being like, doik, doik. Alright, so next time, netherrack sifting. Passive, passive farm, passive mobs. Also need to plastics. So I have mob capture. Because pig iron is unfortunately, while I've got saddles to do those carryalls, it's not gonna. It needs pig iron, which I really need. I have to delve deep into Tinkers for that. Remember, right? So this can require latex, plastic, processing. There. Really? Yeah, that really helped me see it better. Thank you, Minecraft. You know, white is bright white, not dark gray. I'm sorry. It's actually worse for me. Netherrack and sifting, passive mobs, latex and plastic sift processing, and also I'm going to add farm storage to that list. That's a pretty good list for next time, I think. It'll give me the time to let this run, and then off camera. So cast list for that. Off camera. Backdoors. That way we know we will have. Blue dye's probably gonna look even worse. Never mind. Compactors, so I can finish up setting up the various refined metals that I've done: electrum, signalum, bronze, brass, the whole 9 yards. And get the last of the stuff here, like diamonds, emeralds, rose quartz, glowstone can go in, containment, apatite, niter. The source gems need to go, coal can go, quartz I'd have to test. Same with prismarine crystals, lapis can definitely go, redstone can go. There's a lot I can simplify out of this to make it work better. And just kind of slowly backfill this system, fix it right. Especially before I really think about upgrading that to a faster input speed. Because then I'm really not going to be able to make changes to this without it starting to back up badly in here. Anyways, that's all I've got for. Whoa, that's all I've got for today, folks. Like I said earlier, the Vanguard that we had planned to do tonight, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to do it tonight. Keep an eye out. I don't know if Waste is going to be streaming in a bit. Let me see if I can find someone us to raid. Let's see. It's out. Live doing what right now? Because usually... Oh, actually, Vex is streaming right now. I'm going to send you guys over to Vex because he happens to be streaming Space Engineers right now. It's a little bit of a nice seek because he's he's most known for his super hostile maps in Minecraft. And he's just come back to Space Engineers recently for the first time in 6 years. So it seems like a little bit of a nice hand of the torch. Toss him over there. So let's by all means go give him a little bit of raid. Hope you guys will consider watching him. And I will catch you guys later. Eventually, right? Come on.
Oh my. You could